We have rounded the turn and we are headed for home. This is it, the final stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2022. We're here in a place that should be familiar if you're a long-time bass fishing fan or Bassmaster fan. This is La Crosse, Wisconsin, and this is the mighty Mississippi River. Not the big, wide, muddy thing you see in St. Louis or Memphis, but this is the upper reaches of the Mississippi River, and it's a different sort of animal, beautiful place, and they're going to catch a lot of fish this time around. In Mark Zona, we take a look at our takeoff right here in pool number 8. We're fishing pools 7, 8, and 9 of this, and everyone has a different character, but this is a different sort of place.
Absolutely is, Tommy Sanders. Looking at our anglers getting ready this morning. Here, look, Ronnie and Such nailed it in the pre-show. Step number 1, no fog this morning. Yeah. Really the last 3 days in La Crosse. Guys not able to get around till about 9 a.m. in the morning. Not the case. We have avoided that hurdle right here on Bassmaster Live. A lot of things to watch today. Looking at Jay Shakurit right there, the Rookie of the Year race. Not quite as tight as our Angler of the Year race, which still is pretty much wide open.
Absolutely. That's one of the big headlines heading into this. Brandon Palaniuk, who was in great shape, could have closed the door on everyone last week. Did not. Uncharacteristically, that man there did not make the cut. He finished in 66th place, which didn't just absolutely let a whole flood of people in, but it gave his nearest pursuers a glimmer of hope.
And listen, Brandon Lester, very, very soft-spoken. Looking at Brandon Palaniuk right there. That's the story right now, the two Brandons. And Brandon Lester, always very soft-spoken, wants to stay under the radar. Got to talk to him a little bit yesterday. He said, oh, no. I am absolutely still in this if Brandon Palaniuk slips up in any way here on the Mississippi River.
And of course, the task for Brandon Palaniuk, of course, is make the cut. That's what these first 2 days are about. We'll have our full field of 90 fishing out there today and tomorrow. The cut is at 47 anglers after day number 2 to qualify to fish for the weekend. The final semifinal Sunday and championship Monday of the year. So, man, it's hard to think about this. We're a long way from 6 months ago down in the state of Florida, and the other race going on. Well, this one a little bit closer to being decided. There's Jay Shakurit coming off a record-setting performance on the St. Lawrence River 2 tournaments ago.
Absolutely. His nearest pursuer being Cody Huff from Missouri. Cody Huff, a very, very solid angler as well in his rookie season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But look at the job that Cody Huff has in front of him here on the Mississippi River. You are fishing against Jay Shakurit, who has been unstoppable for the most part on his rookie season on the Elite Series. The other side of that is Jay Shakurit has a lot of experience on the Mississippi River. This pool, in fact, last year fished a big tournament this week. So there's not going to be a lack of spots for Jay Shakurit to go to throughout the week.
It's 7:03 local time, Central Time in La Crosse, and our takeoff, as you can see, those are live pictures. It is underway right now, and we'll get our 90 anglers out there. We had to wait a long time for them to get out last week at Lake Hawaii because of the vast distances they had to travel. Everything's a lot closer here, at least some of them will choose to fish a lot closer. Some may lock into the other 2 pools here, and that remains to be seen. We'll follow that as well, because that's a risk that some guys are willing to take this particular week.
Yeah, I really think if you look at the history of the Elite Series or just tournaments in general, for the most part, Pool 8, the pool that we are going out of in La Crosse, it's the winning pool for the most part. In fact, I think a lot of the anglers that maybe never have been to this stretch of the Mississippi River consumed a lot of their time in Pool 8 because of that fog situation. In fact, I think the majority, and we're going to know this obviously in the next 90 minutes, I think the majority of the field is going to stay in Pool 8, which is going to make Pool 8 fish very, very small here today.
One big hope, Tommy, is that normally we see anglers go up to Pool 7 because it is the closest. We take off from the top of Pool 8. It's right around the corner from this. But reports from locals there that Pool 9 is very healthy, and it's a lot easier this time around to go catch 13 to 14 pounds than it has been if you take that gamble and make that risk.
Let's take a look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake here. The mighty Mississippi River heads up, well, just north and west of the Twin Cities over in Minnesota. And when it hits the Twin Cities, that's where you find the first dam. We are 7 dams down from that.
Exactly right, Tommy. Let's start down on Pool 9 as we fly northbound on your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. About 30 miles of water in Pool 9. As you get up to Pool 8, right there, the starboard area towards La Crosse, you're looking at about 20 miles of playing field. as you fly past La Crosse right there, get into Pool 7, Lake Onalaska should be a big player, especially this time of year. Not quite as much water, about 15 miles of water there. But with that being said, if you've ever been to this body of water, it is a maze of backwaters. That is your Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Go ahead, run.
And one key thing is that water level mentioned is about 5 1/4 is what the locals would call the readout wise, and that's not abnormally low. It's a pretty normal number that they see, but every single Elite Series event we've been here before, it's been 7 to 9 feet, and the most recent was 13 feet in 2018.
Oh, yeah,
we
it
saw
was up
them
in
up
the
in the
parking lot.
trees,
Yeah.
and it was big storms that came through before that tournament that had it rising throughout the event. Pretty stable this week, though. Still some flow, even with the lower water levels, so we should still see main river stuff with that current flow.
Cody Huff there, a man pursuing Jay Shakura for Falcon Rods. Rookie of the Year honors this year. He's got a mountain to climb, that is for sure. We'll be in the cameras all day long with 6 of our anglers and get you bonus coverage of many, many more during the course of our 7 hours of coverage here, Bassmaster Live for you on Bassmaster.com. We certainly look forward to it. We're going to see a lot of fish catching today.
Yeah, look, there is no doubt. This is an absolute fish factory. It is loaded with shallow water, largemouth, smallmouth. But here's really the thing to keep an eye on in this event, and it's every time. Look, the great thing about whenever we fish this stretch of the Mississippi River, the tournament is tight, the weights are tight, and the one thing to really watch today, it is hundreds of miles apart between a 2-pound bass on this body of water and a 3-pound bass. With that being said, we got to talk to one of the locals, one of the best fishermen ever on this stretch of the Mississippi River, Tom Mansour, and he said there is a very distinct bite that is just starting this time of year as you get into the early stages of autumn, when the lowland trees just barely start to change colors. You start to look, a lot of the tournaments that we've had here, they have been frog fishing bonanzas. We're going to see some of that, but the one thing to really watch for in this tournament out on that main river is massive schools that are out there schooling. And I have a feeling some of the anglers that we have on camera found that bite.
Heard that rumor also. It's going to be a big one today for sure. A big 4 days of fishing. These first 2 very, very important. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. Ronnie Moore, the Suits, joins us as well. Mike Sukan will be with us shortly here. And such a difference from our last tournament. We were at Lake Oahe, this population of phantom smallmouth doing nothing but trying to be where the bait are. And it's just a different whole mindset. You got to rewire your brain for this tournament.
Tommy, do I speak for everybody in studio and watching this? We're going to have a fishing tournament, guys fishing shallow, catching. And what I just tipped on right there, which really Tom Mansour filled us in on, he said, listen, if some of the anglers in this field find that deal out on the main river, there are massive schools of 2 to 3.5 pound largemouth, smallmouth mixed. And he said, I just don't know if anybody's going to find that. Well, we have 6 anglers on camera today. 5 of them said, hey, man, I got a really quiet schooling deal going on the main river. So there should be really, really good action. The thing is, the dangerous thing about that main river bite is the largemouth are a lot more stable. They don't move around quite as much. You can be on a wolf pack of smallmouth. They are here today, gone tomorrow. We got to see that, obviously, on Lake Oahe last week. Same but different. The smallmouth, a little bit fragile this time of year on the Mississippi River.
And Ronnie Moore, but we talk about all the things to be decided. You mentioned this earlier before we came on the air. One huge thing is this is, the winner here gets something special.
Yeah, it's a win and in tournament. So normally we've had our mid-season celebration in the state of Texas on one of those venues, and that has been the win and in incentive for that event. But since that event has changed over the last few years, we have moved the win and in portion to the final event of the season, allowing those who have, not suffered but endured a tough season to have a carrot at the end of the year if they do get a victory. We saw Justin Atkins almost get a win and in last year at the St. Lawrence River. And this week, you mentioned it last week, predictions in the 60s weight-wise, possibly for winning weights. The last 4 times we've been here, 62, 63, 64, and 65 have all taken the victory. So we will see largemouth and smallmouth included. We'll see how that factors in.
I was corrected on that prediction by our friend Mark Zona.
Yeah, but it still remains to be seen. We will see, maybe.
That's right. You never know.
Are you rewinding to last week?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Everything's a little blurry and foggy
That's
since
right.
that event.
Let's move forward here. Let's be progressive. Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points. That's decided this week for sure. May be decided over the next couple of days. Brandon Polinick, not as big a lead as he had going into last week's event, of course. And he fell a little bit short, and that sort of gave Brandon Lester, who is having a terrific, just a banner season. There are 2 victories, including his first Elite Series victory. And he's made every cut.
I'm going to go back to last week looking at those standings. I remember our friend Ron Moore right here. The first day of that tournament, we talked about there was potential that Brandon Polinick was pretty darn close to potentially raising that trophy last week. Leaves the door open for Brandon, and really, that is the story right now, is the top 2. Brandon Polinick, Brandon Lester, both that have history on this body of water.
If you want to keep up with the Angler of the Year race throughout today and the rest of the weekend, make sure you scan this QR code to be able to keep up with that. A couple angler duel there, and like we mentioned, the magic number, we talk about that when it comes to the fall for baseball, the magic number for Brandon Polinick this week, 38th place. If he gets 38th, Tommy Z,
it's over.
No one can do anything to beat him. Anything below that allows that door to be opened.
First step toward that would be making the cut, and Brandon Polinick, we are with him live, setting about it.
Starting the area we wanted to. I thought there was going to be a bunch of fish busting when we got here, but a lot of the bait seems to be low right now. I don't know if they just don't have them pushed up on the bank yet or what. But I thought they were gonna be chasing all over the place first thing in the morning, but I've not seen that yet. I don't know, maybe as the sun gets up, it pushes that bait higher or something. It's the only thing I can think. Got an eelgrass there. See a lot of them way out here though.
Polinick starting in the Black River area that we've definitely been in years past.
A lot of the bait is, just way scattered out.
Really the 2 areas to kind of keep your eye on, just to start to set up where a lot of these fish are schooling and busting. A lot of these fish are either compressing bait against that wall of eelgrass shallow, and I think we're going to be able to see a lot of schooling activity on some of the more traditional main river bars. Not as much grass, just little high spots out on the main river. And going back to really dialing in what Tom Mansour told us to keep your eye on, is he said the mornings is not the best for that schooling bite. The fish are a little bit more broken up. Later in the day, really from about our midday break on, is when the best schooling activity is happening out on the Mississippi.
That's one thing that another local, Cade Laufenberg, went to Winona State, fished in the College Series, lives in La Crosse, mentioned that every single day that we get a cooler evening, the more cooler evenings we have, the wider those smallmouth windows of opportunity become, and it's not always just that first hour in the morning and the last hour of the day that you count on. You can maybe extend that bite farther into the day. And so we'll see. I think the temps last night were in the mid-50s for the low temperature.
Things that make you go, There was one.
Wisconsin native Jay Shakura.
Boy, that is a scary proposition for Cody Huff when Jay Shakura sets down on his first spot, and it's about his third cast. He's already hooked up.
Over here.
Like a lot of our other anglers we have cameras with, he said he is going to consume all of his time on pool 8 today, maximize his time, not deal with a lock situation.
Thank you. No, I'll call it 2 pounds. He's kind of skinny.
He said that starting spot, big number area for him. He said he's got 30, which is a good problem to have, Ronnie. He's got about 30 key spots to run in pool 8 today.
That's what you were mentioning, that some guys want to play it safe this week if they're in the Angler of the Year race. You don't want to lose too much, or if you're in the Classic, you want to make sure you stay there. But playing it safe in pool 8 is also the winning pattern, because pool 8's where most of the victors come from. So it's not only playing it safe, but having a good shot to win. I think keepers have to be 14 inches this week for smallmouth and for largemouth.
Jay coming in here 17th in Progressive Angler of the Year points, so not much pressure on him. Not worried about making that classic cut.
Well, I think we learned this year with Jay Shakura, he is the real deal all around.
Hard to say a 23-year-old has done it at every single level, but he has truly gone from the co-angler ranks where he's won to the opens ranks as a boater where he qualified in his first year, and obviously winning an Elite Series event in record fashion his first year on the Elites.
You know, and even though his dad is not a professional bass fisherman, he's a professional walleye fisherman, and has won huge championships. Somewhere in that there is a connection still
14, yeah.
of how to handle yourself in big pressure situations. I got to meet Jay last year at St. Clair, and there is a eerie, even keel calm about him that him and his dad possess. Tommy, I got to ask him, unofficial Striker Daily Trivia, what he did with the money that he won.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
right, St. Lawrence
Yeah.
River. It's a lot of money for a 23-year-old,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Right? I'd have a banger party,
Oh, my
if I-
gosh.
right?
You kidding
But
me?
I said, what'd you do? He's like, well, kind of want my own pad. I said, well, where do you live? He's like, several different places. I live at home. I live at my girlfriend Micah's apartment. Just kind of float around, right? I felt bad for him for a second. Not that that's a bad deal.
No. I mean, it might be the great deal.
Did he use that term pad?
I wrote it down.
My own pad.
Wants own pad.
Wow. Kind of a throwback expression. Youngest ever to win an elite event.
One thing that's also in play, we looked at the Progressive Angler of the Year standings, and we only focused on the top 2 or 3 people there that are fighting for Angler of the Year. But 5th to 8th place, those 4 spots in the top 10 are all separated by 4 points, 1 point per spot.
Wow.
And so the points and the money that can be earned just by shifting for our top 10 for Progressive Angler of the Year is there. And the possibility for someone like Jay in 17th to move up into the top 10 this week is there, only about 20 points or so from possibly getting there, and he's already hooked up with his third fish of the morning, hopefully, maybe his second keeper.
And he said this was a big, big school as far as numbers.
He might have just knocked out Rookie of the Year in the first seg of the day.
Yeah,
Tommy.
easy now.
Catching one.
Easy now.
Catching one is a very important step toward that first day of the tournament.
Oh, now, boy.
A couple of keepers
Get
in the
on out
live
here.
well for Jay Shakurat right now. You can see his standings, his big lead over Cody Huff. The rest of them, good bunch of rookies there, too, as they have been for the last as many years as you can count here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And Jay leading the way on this day. I mean, people were trying to tell me that, oh, he's not very good here on this upper Mississippi. I said,
Whatever.
I'm not buying that. He probably tried to start that.
He
rumor.
told me last night that he's really good on this stretch of the Mississippi.
I would believe it based on what we have seen so far. Be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Just started. We're right after takeoff. That took place at 7 a.m. local time here. We've seen some anglers already fishing. Our leaderboard is starting to populate as we speak right now. We're looking at the Mississippi River. That's the main channel here. And we're dealing with about 65, 70 miles of that, but it's not that length. It's the width.
Yes.
It's what matters. All these canals and flats and sloughs and backwaters is what really gives this place its character. Makes the story very, very interesting. Already checked in on Brandon Lester and Jay Shakurat. We saw him catch two keepers very, very quickly to start his day. Let's get back to him now.
Yeah, if you are just tuning into Bassmaster Live, Jay Shakurat saying, I'm starting on a big school, big numbers. And a lot of his fishing, even though it looks like he's slightly offshore here for the Mississippi River, starting just south of our takeoff there in La Crosse. Very shallow water all day long. Going to fish some little bit of main river bars early in the morning. Then he said he's going to fade a lot closer to the eelgrass later in the day. Right next to Jay, see Brandon Lester getting in on the action. Oh boy.
Get us started, I think. Short and fat.
He is not measuring that.
Yeah. Number one.
Good start right there for Brandon Lester. I bet he has a calm feeling knowing that Jay Shakurat's fishing right there, that, hey, this spot might be the real deal. I think that's the one thing that we probably will see a lot of these anglers that are fishing some of these shallow bars, at least on the main river in Pool 8. It's gonna be a little bit busy there this morning. Gonna head back up into the Black River right now with Brandon Polinick.
Drew Benton and Chris Zaldane tied for the lead. They got a 3-pounder in their 5-4.
Feels like a good fish. Stay on there. Just stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Sorry, Kyle. Come on. That's a pretty decent one. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come here. Not a giant, but we got him. Sweet. Sweet. That's a decent fish. That's a decent sized fish. dude. They just don't want to come up on top this morning. Let's catch 5 of those, we won't be leading, but we won't be losing either. I thought there was potential for 12 plus. I mean, you don't just sit here and burn it down, but I saw a lot of fish blowing up here in practice. So I figured, I thought we'd come here this morning and they'd just be blowing up everywhere, but it's weird. It's like as the sun gets up, the bait gets up higher in the water column and then the fish bust on them more.
Be in the boat with Scott Martin all day today. Very critical tournament for him. Like in a classic qualification.
Absolutely. Said he is going to be here all weekend at the weigh-in. Big time meet and greets going to transpire Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Said he's got merch. It's going to be a big weekend for Scott Martin. Scott said he's going to start in an area if he can get to himself. He thought there was a 16 to 18 pound bag to catch right here. Said he got to see some big smallmouth right here in practice. Scott, one of the only anglers to run into the fog this morning.
Well, it is foggy there.
Yeah, with 64 miles of river, it can be in some patches of some pools and void in other places. But for Scott, Tommy, this is his second year on the Elite Series and the second year sweating out the Classic at the
There's a big one. There's a big one.
final event of the
That's a
season.
real big one, dude. Big. Number one. Number one right there, boys. I thought he was bigger than that, but we'll take him. We'll take him. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Tom Mansour. That's a little Tom Mansour swim jig. Best in the business.
Tom getting a lot of love this morning.
He's the prominent player so far.
He is the person to go to here as far. So many wins on this body of water.
Golly.
We mentioned it at Oahe, a handful, a
Total
third
quarter.
of our field fished here in 2018. The other 2/3 probably only have maybe one Opens experience in 2019, but Scott has fished other professional
That's really
tour
good
level
one right
events here.
Scott's been a pro for 22 years. So
Oh yeah, nice
you know
fish.
he's been here.
2-pounder. Okay, come on in the boat, dude. Come on in the boat. What's crazy is there's smallmouth here. I didn't expect to catch. He's not 14.
That's the beauty of this stretch of the Mississippi is you hear Scott saying this was his primary smallmouth spot
There's
pulling
big
in.
smallies right here.
instantly catching largemouth. Very, very, very unique. Back up to the Black River right now with Brandon Polinick, 1 in his live well.
Last week we had 30 minutes, 40 minutes of running time. No one was even fishing at this point in the morning. We already have 16 to 20 anglers with catches on the board, some with 1, multiple anglers with 2 or more.
Got him that time.
Great camera work there, Brian Evie.
Not a giant one, but he'll keep. Did you guys at least ask? Good morning. I swear I heard my family somewhere. I don't know where they are, but I heard them somewhere. Thanks.
Well, that would be fun for the whole week end here. Get a good look at a lot of that eel grass. A lot of the anglers that we got to talk to said there is a lot more eel grass this time around than when we were here a couple years ago.
Some were saying it could affect, you know, those patches of duckweed we've seen where fish are all in there, big groups of them. With the eelgrass being so thick and so tall, it's hard for fish to get down in eelgrass when it's shallow like that, and so they have to get around it, not in it. And it may affect where those schools position and how many can get in an area.
It's definitely going to be what you got to see right there, that edge, that hard edge of that eelgrass. A lot of our anglers said later in the day that will be part of their game plan. Back south of La Crosse right now, Brandon Lester.
Got one in the boat.
That's a good one. As big as I thought, but a good keeper.
Jokers ain't starving, are they?
No. No, they are definitely built here on the Mississippi River. Couldn't get them to bite my spook this morning, so I went to that little popper. Something a little more subtle. It didn't take long. Good deal.
So underrated how good this guy is. I mean, he's just not talked about enough, and now all of a sudden 2 wins this year, and now he's the talk of the town going in this final event. But Lester's been so solid. Over to Cody Huff. I think, Such, did you mention this one earlier?
Like so.
He was on the board possibly.
And then he's about to run over our hole. Appreciate you.
Fish number 1 for Cody Huff.
Barely touches.
Word is that those who have made the run down to pool 9 to lock southward to the next lock down have already made it through the lock.
Any notion how many that is, Mom?
I don't know how many, but I do know that Lockmaster can see a straight shot towards Stoddard. So if you're coming around the bend, he's not going to close the gates on you, and he's going to let whoever's coming probably made it in that first lock.
Oh, big smallmouth.
Tommy looking at about unofficially three
boats.
3 boats.
Damn, baby. big smallmouth. A mean one too. Don't get in that power pole. Don't get in my motor. Gosh, that fish is mean. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Come here. Yes, sir. I wasn't expecting that. It's the first smallmouth I've caught out here. But I will definitely take it. Look at that. Number 3. 3.5 pounder. Some on that.
First hour for Brandon Lester, moving into second place right there.
First hour for Bassmaster Live.
Yeah, loving that. That doesn't get much better than that. Drew Benton, though, the man on top with over 10 pounds. Great start for the man from Florida. Having a great season himself is Drew Benton, Chris Zaldain, Luke Palmer, and Brandon Polnick right there hanging in there. Our race that we've been sort of touting through the course of this morning is well, it's drawing pretty close right now. And, of course, everybody loves all that stuff. Got plenty more to come. We got 6 more hours of fishing to show you here. In fact, more than 6 hours of fishing from La Crosse, Wisconsin.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Come on, baby. That's a good one. That's a good one. Woo! That's why I had 4 of yesterday. Hey, let's get the in there quick, because it might be fired up right now. That's what we came here for. It's a 4-pounder. Woo-hoo-hoo! That changes things. Let's get back in there. I get close. Woo! Nothing to worry.
Jack Links hooked the beast with the great Aaron Martins, who wrote so many chapters of the book on how to catch him here on the upper Mississippi. I don't know how many hours you and I spent watching him in one particular little place back in 2012 and 13 with a little deeper water. I mean, he just he picked it apart like nobody's business.
Yeah, Aaron would have celebrated his 50th birthday on Wednesday. Looking at Brandon Polnick fishing very close to where we just saw that footage.
That's right.
Very, very close. It was interesting to watch, you know, the events that we had here, frogging and flipping and stuff like that. Aaron really doing stuff that was totally different up in the Black River.
No missing that time. I almost had him. Come here. Come here. Come here. Not a giant, but get us started. Oh, they're in the woods somewhere. Oh, there they are. Like, man, I hear them somewhere. I don't think he's quite a 2-pounder. Oh, quite. 1 3/4 pounds. Thanks. Can I get it under you, though? I need a new worm.
Keeper there for Brandon Polnick. And I don't know if many of you are following Bass Track right now, people who are watching this right now. If you noticed in the first 45 minutes of today, this is the event where the guys who've suffered so long really rise up. For the first 45 minutes, all of our top 10 was populated by people in the top 15 if
Yes.
Angler of the Year points.
Yeah.
But
Piling more suffering on the rest of the
that's
field.
right.
Tommy?
Yeah, just troweling it out.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
See that little bar that Scott Martin's fishing coming off that little notch point off those reeds.
Oh, largemouth. That is so cool. That, again, that's what's so neat about this place. Like literally, guys, thought I was gonna pull up here and catch all smallmouth. That's all I caught here yesterday. So, to me, this is like a little bonus, right? I hadn't even leaned on my smallmouth yet. That's a good 2.5. Good fish right there. Thank you, Lord.
Trying to fish his way into the
Nothing better than
Bassmaster
old
Classic.
top
He's 45th in points. Just needs a little bit of a jump to
Sally here in
get
a
inside the cut.
What we need to do.
There is a significant gap this week. 43rd right now is the
Big
last
smallmouth.
spot.
Big
About
smallmouth.
a dozen points to 44.
Nice smallmouth, I should say. I thought he was bigger. Got my first smallmouth today, though. I ain't trying to scoop these things up, dude. Let's just get them in the boat. I got a job to do. 2-pounder. I'm sure he's full of flavor. Smallmouth are longer. Oh yeah. Number 3. Number 3. We'll put smallmouth on this side, on this side.
Last year's first
He
year
hit
at
that
the
thing
Elites, he
went
was
so
sitting
fast,
pretty,
I
about
couldn't keep
17th the last
keep
2
up with him.
events. He finished in the 80s and fell outside the Classic cut. He had to rely on an Opens winner to get him in the Classic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe another keeper. Shout out to Wiggins for that little dude. He made a special delivery for me. Oh yeah. Number two. They ain't big, but they're gonna make us fish a whole lot easier today.
Four cuts made out of 8 events this year for Cody Huff. 2 of them, though, were top 10s, Lake Oahe and Pickwick Lake.
That's what's hard to imagine is that he's had 2 top 10s. Jay Shakurit's had 1 top 10.
Yeah.
And he's 64 points behind entering today. That just shows you how solid the first 4 events of the year for Shakurit.
A great start, yeah.
And only struggling in 2 events is very impressive for Jay.
Yeah, and we had obviously had some. Oh no.
Well,
Not right there. We definitely had some sight fishing, some spawning events, and Cody Huff said that is
They're eating stuff, and we're doing this.
that is the hole in his game that he has to correct going into the 23 season.
Yeah, Huff only made one cut first 5 events. Then that second at Pickwick started climbing in our airwise standings.
Let's go with our B&W trailer hitches on the line out to our colleague, Davey High. Take me out to the ball game. Davey, that's where the weigh-in is, right? Where you are right now.
Yeah, it's a beautiful setup here. It's a beautiful morning, about 59, maybe 60 degrees, no wind, and thank goodness we didn't have any fog. And we're here on the baseball field. It's nice for the city of La Crosse to let us use their field for the next few days, so just a perfect setup for us here.
Davey, looking at this tournament right now, we got to talk about it at the top of the show, is granted a lot of the tournaments that we've had here have been either finesse tournaments in the Black River, or they've been a flippin' or a froggin' beat down with higher water conditions. This time around, there's definitely, obviously early this morning, there's a lot more schooling activity, and kind of talk about how that actually this time of year kind of gets better as the day goes on.
Yeah, Z, I've seen that. I've fished here multiple times, and I've only seen that one other time, but it was a situation where you really had to be in on those schooling fish. It's kind of like I went to the boat ramp yesterday, talked to a lot of the anglers as they were pulling out, and it was somewhat the haves and have-nots. The anglers that have been, just really focused on the frogs and the shallow vegetation and current not really, a factor as much as those schooling fish. They haven't been catching them as well, but then you talk to some of the guys that, schools of 40, 50, maybe even 100 fish, I heard rumor of it. I know you talked to a person or two also, Z. But what happens when the sun gets up, that bait comes up higher in the water column, and that's when those fish start schooling. They're feeding and they're closer to the bottom, but they show themselves. And this is, these big areas like on Alaska, and some of these areas are so big and vast and not a lot of contour in some of those areas. You need those fish to show themselves, and that's what will happen during the day today. We'll see more schooling activity as the sun gets higher.
Davey, these guys, and I know you've talked to them since you got on site there about their practice and so forth. Do the majority of them have a game plan, or are they going to be much more like last week, trying to figure it out day to day? Are they expecting any changes, or are you got what you got and you're going to stick with it?
No, Tommy, I think that just the fact that they've been here, a lot of these guys, if they haven't personally fished here, they've watched old footage of Bassmaster tournaments here in the past, so they have a better idea of kind of what's going on here than they did there at Lake Hawaii. I mean, that's such a big fishery and so little experience there, and those fish, so many of them were out super deep, out over 30 to 50 feet of water. So I think we'll see a lot more fish catches here, but it's going to be a typical La Crosse. Every fish is going to be so important. It could come down to just ounces between Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, or even who wins this event.
Davey, we're the kings of manufacturing, or trying to manufacture drama. Brandon Lester is not out of this Angler of the Year race. In your opinion, kind of talk about his odds coming into this tournament.
Well, you're exactly right, Z. And there were some people saying with 2 tournaments ago, before our last event, that Brandon Polnick had the Angler of the Year wrapped up, and he showed that that is not the case. Unfortunately, I've been in his exact same situation. You have a good lead going into the last event or two, and you stump your toe, and you could lose Angler of the Year. So he definitely opened the door, but no one stepped through it. Brandon Lester is the only one that really gained some ground on him, and now it shows that, Brandon Polnick finished in 66 last week, and I don't see him doing that again. He's been so consistent this year and, really through his whole career. I don't see him doing that twice in a row, but if he does, absolutely, Brandon Lester has a chance to win AOY.
Taking a look at this Humminbird bird's eye view of Brandon Lester, we see a lot more kind of Main River-ish style bars, not the usual footage that we get to see here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. David, do you see somewhere as we go into Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, the traditional stuff from the guys that you got to talk to, the froggin', the flip and bite, do you think that will quietly rise up as this tournament goes on?
I think we'll see more of that, Z, but I really think we're going to continue to see a lot of guys fishing offshore. There's a lot of bait on the river, and I've talked to some local fishermen, and they said they didn't have the the hard winter. It was a mild winter, and it didn't kill off a lot of those shad. So a lot more bait fish on the main river and the main lake areas that we call them, up and down these 3 pools. So I think throughout the tournament we'll see anglers that'll be offshore the entire time. But when you come to La Crosse, Wisconsin in the summer, you have to throw a frog.
Davey, thank you so much. Davey Hyde, a man who has put in his hours here on the upper Mississippi River, and we look forward to Dave Mercer and Davey taking over our coverage a little bit later on location. That's always good.
Tommy, I live 6 hours from here. It's never a mild winter up there anymore. It's just horrible.
It's all relative, huh?
Hey, how about Skeeter Boat's
Whoa.
Big Fish Alert?
Yeah, bang.
Buddy Gross, 5 pounds, 2 ounces.
Yeah.
Wow.
Drew Benton had it at 312, and he's got the lead at 13-12.
Do you think we see a 6-pounder this week?
Boy, that's like catching a 10-pounder anywhere else in the country. It's no.
No.
No. Close to.
You think that 5.2 won't hold up then? You're not that pessimistic.
I'd say we
on it.
see some 5.5, 6
Okay.
pounder. You know what's weird
It's
though?
hard
is
for
there
it
was,
to hit 6-0.
There was a tournament here 3 weeks ago that took 25 pounds.
Really?
Yes.
How many fish in the limit? No, I'm just
5.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
Right.
Lester hooked up.
That might make it.
Well, and that's one other thing to really watch these guys that are fishing these schooling fish, how they rotate through.
Crazy.
Usually start with something power, whether it's a swim. Whoa! Easy now. Oh, now.
Got lost in.
Starting out with a swim jig or a topwater bait, something power fishing wise, and then you'll see them kind of scale their baits down. You see a soft plastic jerk bait right there for Brandon Lester. And
He tried to pull a
more than
Houdini
likely
move
we'll
on
see
me, but
some
I got him.
drop shotting and Ned rigging before the end of the day on a lot of these bars. Yeah, careful there now. What?
Yeah, that one.
Whoa.
Got real close.
Frighteningly close.
Wow.
See why some guys go real low to do that.
Gonna slink past our takeoff there in La Crosse. Back into Tommy. That is exactly where you and I covered Aaron Martins.
Yes, that we sat so many hours.
Like
hours
pushes them up into the grass and stuff.
I remember him yelling at us that we were ruining the school.
We got 3 in the box. One
Rightfully
decent
so.
one, not a big one, but
Oh, that feels decent there.
I can't tell how big he is. I don't think he's that big. Sorry, Sago. Open your mouth. Not a giant, but old deception worm's paying off this morning. It is deceiving the bass. £1.75 again. Makes 4 though.
Lester doing his job so far on this day. In there in our top 10, unofficially via Bass Track right now, Drew Benton and Chris Zaldane. Boy, these guys streaking out to the front of the pack early on day number 1 of 4 days of fishing right there. Scott Martin has inserted himself way up there in the top 10. Matt Herron making a move, and Buddy Grosse maybe trying to bookend the season. He won at the Harris Chain second event of the year.
Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Sliding into our second hour of fishing, Mississippi River at La Crosse at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. 90 anglers out there today shooting for the last chance to make that cut. It's the last cut of the year. The cut means a lot. It's important money, and it could mean even more important things for some of these guys to get into that cut, to kind of the difference between a successful season and one that, well, back to the drawing board.
Exactly right. As Ronnie said, just suffering through the whole situation.
No.
You talk about sliding into competition this morning, sliding and slinking is the man at the top right now, Drew Benton. Fair to say he is the VMC on point early this morning on the Mississippi River, deciding to stay in pool number 8. Not going to get into exact location, but it is an area that we have covered before, Tommy Sanders. We're seeing a lot of familiar areas that have dominated in years past. One of those areas Drew Benton sitting on early this morning. Started early, and that's what we've seen. We have seen major flurries so far here on the Mississippi River, and the one thing that you're going to have to keep your eye on is that key fish number 2 and 3. Fish over 3 pounds to Harris. There's that area.
Yep, that's just an area we know.
Exactly. We'll slink on back down the river. Drew Benton's the VMC on point. That was very disjointed. Didn't make much sense. Back out to Scott Martin, Bassmaster Live.
Scott in our top 5 today, making quick work. First out.
Got him. Yeah, that's a good one there. Number 5. Right there. We'll keep catching them. They're biting, dude. It's gonna be a good day. I love this place. All right.
Really interesting how close
gotta keep working.
Those largemouth and smallmouth are. Largemouth a little bit more compressed towards that hard reed line. Smallmouth were about a cast and a half to the left.
Back out to Cody Huff.
Well, there you go. There's your VMC on point guy over his.
Great season for Drew Benton.
Definitely an area we have covered in years past.
Alrighty. Yeah, we're hanging out at a little community hole action here, trying to catch us a bonus one real quick, but we're not going to stick around real long. Gosh, dang it. Freaking like 2.5 pounder. On a jig. How do you lose one on a jig? Thought I had his butt.
Get a good look at that water level. That breaker wall behind Cody Huff.
Any good ones? That'll do. I think, I think this extra, I think there's more water coming through than there was. Made me kind of wonder if those ones that were down there sucked up. Yeah, 1 3-pounder, that'll do. That changes the day. That one there would have been the best one I had today.
Cody Huff said he's just dipping in there to maybe pick up a keeper. It's kind of reassuring maybe to see Drew Benton in there alongside. Currently tied for the lead, unofficially, according to Bass Track, with Chris Zaldane. Back down to Brandon Lester.
Didn't sound like Benton told him he had 2 fish over 3 pounds.
I don't know about that one. I think he'll be close, but I don't think he's going to make it. Nope.
Again, a 14-inch length limit for all largemouth and smallmouth bass.
Oh, Matt Herron making a call to get 3rd place, about a pound behind Benton and Zaldane are tied. And then Jason Christie jumping into our top 10.
I gotta get out of here.
Oh,
Wow.
hey.
Don't tell me that's a pike. No. That's a keeper. Oh, sorry, bud. I'm sorry. Gosh, what were you doing up there? Oh my gosh, we got a 15-incher. Dang giant.
It's always when you say I gotta leave. I'm about to leave.
Dang, little one, little one. Little one.
That's a great bite.
Slow-mo.
Ooh, that's keeper number 1 for Hunter Shryock. Looks like we have about 10 to 15 boats that have locked up to pool number 7. About 3 or 4 that have gone to 9. The rest of the field is in 8.
Matt Airy on a flurry, 7 pounds in the last 10 minutes. Jumps in 5th place. Over 10 pounds on the day.
Right behind this guy, Scott Martin.
Yeah, there's a bite. Oh boy, this feels better. Yeah. Carolina rig. Who would have thought? I told my daughter last night, I said, I'm throwing a Carolina rig. She said, what? I said, in a foot of water. She's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah. Dude. Come on, buddy. That's a good one, dude. That's a good one. That's a good one. That helps. Dude, I don't think he's hooked. Literally, yeah, he's hooked. That helps. I think. Okay, I got a coil back here. This was my largemouth side, right? All right, I'm gonna trade places with you. Just don't hit the trolling motor pedal because it'll make it like lose traction. I'm gonna coil back here.
Lester, 3 fish now hooked up.
I think that will make it.
Oh, that is when he put his topwater down and went to that soft plastic jerkbait. Got to see same but different with Scott Martin going to a Carolina rig after all of his catches to start were on a swim jig and topwater bait.
Make sure my math is right this morning.
Brandon Lester trying to keep pace and get some traction ahead of Brandon Polnick, our leader. Progressive Angler of the Year points, and Brandon Polnick hanging tough, 7th place right now as it stands. Plenty more of that battle is on the way. Drew Benton and Chris Zaldain tied at the top of the leaderboard. Matt Herron and Scott Martin. Matt Airy with a good day so far. Buddy Gross, Jason Christie busting into the top 10 along with Keith Combs. More to come from here in the upper Mississippi. Be right back. Started down in Florida over 6 months ago. A couple of events down there. Moved up to South Carolina for the Classic and Santee Cooper. A couple more events on the Tennessee River, Pickwick. What else was that?
I don't.
Chickamauga.
Exactly.
Right.
St. Lawrence, Hawaii. We'll just name them all.
Yeah, that's where we've been.
Seems so long ago, Tommy. So
Did you say Lee Livesey? That's not a lake. That's not a lake.
Well, tournament was going
His
on
lake.
and back out on the river right now. Hunter Shryock, one fish in his live well. We're getting ready to pull the plug on this primary starting spot. Ugh. You know,
Thought I lost him.
fish number 2, as pretty as it was at Oahe, it is unbelievable when you fish here how gorgeous this stretch of the river is.
Great. Got the big Palisades,
Yep.
and that's just
You have the mountains to the west, like
Yeah,
the Minnesota
Minnesota,
side.
yeah,
Yep. Plus, there are other places in the world we can see a frog bite like that, but it's not a guarantee. Here, every time we come here, we know we're going to see visuals like that.
Great camera work right there. Fish number 2 for Hunter Shryock.
And it's a little slower for the guys, would you say, Z, doing this stuff where you're maybe fishing a lot of vast grass and you're picking one off here and there compared to the guys like Lester or Benton that are more, you're gonna get 5 much quicker doing what they're doing than this.
Those guys are on a one cast school compared to, this is more of an area deal for a lot of the guys that were covering and not covering, that said that they're frogging in this tournament, not getting quite as many bites.
Shrock went to top 20 here last time. The elites were in 2018, 18th place.
Oh.
Top water 4 box.
What if all 4 were blown up on at the same time?
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
$55 of our 90 anglers have fish on Bass Track, and Gerald Swindle with over 10 pounds. Jumped up to 6th. Alex Redwine in 8th.
Come on. Boy, that's a big boil. Gosh dang it.
There are only 3 anglers without a marshal or cameraman in the boat today, so we've got 87.
That's great.
And those 3 may put their own Bass Track in, we'll see.
This is overstimulating right now.
Yeah,
it really
it's
is.
almost, you need 4 eyes.
You don't know what box to look at.
Yeah.
She looked good.
Yeah.
Thought about it.
The other day, they weren't just like one blowing here, one blowing there. Like they were straight up schooling. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that rain kind of added a little bit of current up here or what the deal is, but the school of good ones does not seem to be right here exactly. I'm sure they're not far. But they're not sitting right here where we left them. Gosh.
Cody Huff had a pile of them miss it right there. As did Brandon Lester.
They aren't shy about coming over and getting it, though. Or at least attempting to. You got about 10 foot on each side of your frog on how far they'll come and eat it. keep looking back to see if Bill catches any. Not that I care if he catches them, I'm trying to gauge on how well the area is doing, you know what I mean? I just want to have a vibe, like if he's catching a bunch and I'm getting bit, then, you know, stick around, but.
It's the voice of Hunter Shryock there.
Pardon me. Okay, yeah, we started off fishing for some smallmouth and switched gears pretty quick just because I'm not too keen on how early those fish want to bite. And then I lost my third topwater of the week, so I'm down on my Berkeley drift walkers, at least in white anyhow. Then we came and picked up a frog, just trying to get some fish in the boat right now because I feel like I have an area to get bigger bites, but you just don't know how many you're going to get. You could get, you know, 1 big bite, you could get 5 big bites. But it always feels a lot better to have some fish in a live well before you do something like that. So that's what the goal is right now, is trying to get some keepers. You know, I could see stumbling into a 3-pounder here. That would be nice. It would definitely help. But yeah, we're gonna keep chipping away at that. Try to get us 5, and then, or at least, you know, 1 more would be nice because I feel like I could catch 2. Lock this frog in our hands the rest of the day, probably. Hey guys, we're at the Mississippi River, the last stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and this week it's going to be a grinders tournament. A lot of junk fishing, catching them on topwater, catching them on frogs, and also catching them flipping and pitching the Berkeley Maxcent Creature Hog with the Berkeley Power Bait Chigger Crawl, both in Maxcent. It's going to be a crowded areas. A lot of people are fishing on top of each other. The river's down right now. So maximizing on your bites and trying to generate as many bites as possible with this Maxcent is going to be critical. 1 or 2 bites a day is going to set you apart from the rest of the pack, and I'm really relying on that Berkeley Maxcent to get me over that edge.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
90 guys out there chasing their dreams all season long. For some of them, tomorrow will wrap up their 2022 Bassmaster Elite Series experience. They don't want to be among those. Trying to make that cut tomorrow is a very, very important priority for everyone out there today. Look at the beauty. You were talking about the beauty of this place. I mean, it's just
beautiful,
unbelievable.
Pics, beautiful footage.
And I think it's the froggiest tournament we've had so far.
Froggiest. I would go as far as to...
Oh, the music.
Exactly right, to say very, very aggressive bites this morning. Not the biggest bass we've seen in the whole world lifetime. But if you look at some of the aggression with Hunter Shryock here, great bites. He's getting ready to pull the plug and leave this primary area, but really just looking at the sheer beauty of the Mississippi River, pools 7, 8, and 9. Every time we come here, we get to see great, great visual catches. Definitely the case this time around. Lower water conditions. Moving into the autumn time of year, Tommy Sanders. The hunting time of year.
Yellow band.
There throughout the Midwest. That is your power pole replay of the day. Beautiful pics, beautiful blow-ups.
You know who'd take this winning in for this tournament?
I
Matt
don't
Herron,
know.
Who's leading. He's
He took it
70th.
serious.
He's leading. He just got 14 pounds. He's 78th in AOI, so he would enjoy.
They're not set up the way they need to be yet. So we're gonna I just keep kind of moving around. We're gonna start jumping some other places though. There's a lot more groups of fish than this one. I just felt like this was the biggest group of fish, not necessarily size-wise, but numbers-wise.
Since his couple fish this morning, Jay Shakira's still stuck on just
quiet,
3 fish, three 2-pounders.
I think there's a pile of them right there. He may actually help us a little bit. Six. Yeah, he's definitely bigger than that one. Yeah, quick.
Start to watch. That's fish number 5 right there for Brandon Lester.
Shook off 3 right there in practice. And it never got to the bottom that time. He had it. Got it. Got to be a big one in there.
That's the one thing, Tommy, that some anglers were hoping and predicting, was that with the water being lower than the last time we were here, that when you did maybe find a fish on an edge,
Just the
or,
mouth of that
or
little
in a
ditch is all I
grass
can figure.
patch, you could catch 5, 6, 7, 8, getting
Must
right
be
in
a
a
hard
hurry.
spot in there. Either that or a stump or something. There's something there holding them.
You see Lester and Shakurat leaving that starting spot. Jay Shakurat went about 8 to 10 miles south of our takeoff.
Word from one of our marshals, Tanner Bach, he's with Matt Herron. He says Matt Herron and Keith Combs, who are both in the top 10 right now, are sharing this spot, and it's a one-cast approach to it, and they're beside each other fishing it, both needing a win this week.
I'd like to see those two tune each other up. Combs and Herron.
Now, come on.
No, really. I thought about this after the Oahe tournament. Boy, that is a great one-cast spot that Brandon Lester's, and not very big ones. But seeing Austin Felix win that tournament, and obviously we have covered Brandon Lester for a long, long time.
8 years.
8 years.
Yeah.
They are frighteningly similar fishermen. As far as if you look at how they are offshore, if you look at how they are shallow, with a spinning rod everywhere we go. And not only that, if you look at, and granted Austin's career is shorter, they're just both very consistent the way they, and the style that they fish.
Thought you were going to say same haircut.
I mean, you are having a time.
Yeah.
It's the last tournament, Such. I don't blame you. Go on with it now, boy.
Oh my gosh, dude. Did you see that? Wow.
I never hooked him, so he should play. Oh man, feels like a good one. Feels like a good one. Maybe a 2.5.
I'm sure Scott Martin would tell you he's pretty surprised. The bulk of what's in his live well right now being largemouth. That was not the game plan on that starting spot.
Nah, he's not even gonna help me, I don't think. Maybe. That
Last
wouldn't
thing,
hit me the first time.
last thing you need when you got a one cast spot like Brandon Lester and 2 grebes, you swim on through.
When I went, I'm not sure they're grebes, but
You're a fish-eating bird
Sure he's
too.
14.
yeah, if a grebe, yeah.
Yeah. No, it's not. Giant. I just want my frog back.
That's like a non-bass.
Get in here real quick. I'm talking, choked it.
I never thought about that Lester.
Yeah.
Felix.
Yeah,
But I
one
think of Lester watching him on the St. Clair River with the
Absolutely.
just doing the exact
They're
same
very-
thing. Yeah.
I thought about that after Austin won last
Does
week.
it, but I'm saying
They're just, they look for the same stuff. And what's weird is obviously they're both very, very good offshore, deep water fishermen. But if you also watch how they fish shallow, very similar.
Very meticulous and
Boy, he ate it.
Ronnie might find this interesting.
Why just me?
Or not. At all. See Bill Lowen over the shoulder of Hunter Shryock right there. We were talking about Tom Mansour in the hundreds of tournaments that he won here. I said, near the end of the call, he was talking about, obviously, the school and fish deal. I said, Tom, if you were fishing this tournament, where would you solely concentrate? Never missed a beat. He said, I would start in Lake Onalaska, stay in Onalaska. There is a giant school of bass sitting in Onalaska that would blow this thing away.
no kidding.
Yes.
Is this an obvious place, or is this a little place you go hide from everybody and
He
win
said
the tournament?
he said it's, this, and he kept using the word pools, not pool 7, 8, or 9. He said these fish will get in these pools. Take a look at Scott Martin hooked
Like
up
a little,
right there.
like a little deep spot, or like a little...
more of, and we got to see it with Elton Jones years ago, is the wider stretches of the river, basically the main river flats. And he said those fish will not show themselves a lot in the morning, but he said if somebody is driving by that area later in the day, it is acres of 2 to 3.5 pounders, acres of them.
Drew Benton, culled with a 2.5 pounder. He's tied with Matt Herron, 14 pounds even, for the lead.
Well, it has been like every time here, it's been a good fish catching morning.
Pretty much nonstop. Polnick trying to win his second Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year title, one of the 2 top achievements an angler can reach in the course of a year. The other being the Classic, of course.
Had some nice fish early, but he's fallen into the teens.
Oh. Look at him. Got him. I got him.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
I got him. Yeah! Yeah! Figure 8 that sucker! Boom! Did you see that? Yes! Oh gosh, and I even didn't jerk it out of his mouth. Ah! I mean, God it! How freaking cool was that? Stay off that piling. Yeah, that was so freaking rad. Oh my gosh. Yes. God. I wish you guys could have seen that. Like, that was so freaking cool. $3 1/4. That's almost 12. Yes.
That was an unbelievable fish catch. We talked about how important, look at that fish behind that. Oh, that's so great.
That
is one of the best fish catches of the season. Not a giant, but on this stretch of the river, and obviously what we've seen earlier today, catching one when you are in a battle for the Angler of the Year title. Tracks it to the boat. Over 3 pounds for Brandon Polnick.
He said almost 12 pounds. It puts him at 11.5 right now on Bass Track in the top 7, and this could be a very important day. You could see the emotion in him. He's normally pretty reserved at times until the end of the tournaments, showing that early this week.
Critical bass, very critical.
Part of the highlight reel for 2022, to be sure, instantly right there. And Brandon Polnick, you can see the standings as we started today. Brandon Polnick, Lester doing everything he can do to keep pace, but man, Brandon Polnick definitely getting his job done. Johnson, David Mullins, all the rest. Great seasons for all of these anglers, and we're going to see so many of them in action through the rest of the day.
We have finished our last 3 days of practice for the 2022 season. Tomorrow kicks off the final 4 days of this season. We're still leading the points, and that's about all I know. I don't know by how much. I have not looked. I'm not gonna look. We're gonna leave it at that and see what we can do this week. It's amazing how hard it is to get this close to winning, and it comes down to 4 days of catching bass. Hopefully 4 days. If we make all 4 days, then it'd be really good. If we fish 4 days this week and we get beat, then someone earned it. But man, it's not gonna be an easy one. We're gonna have to grind it out this week and just see what happens. Stay tuned, because it's gonna be interesting.
90 guys out there trying to grab those points, those Angler of the Year points, to maybe secure their place in the Classic. There is a workaround, though, to that. If you win this tournament, you get to go to the Classic.
You're going.
You're going. There's, unlike any other of the
Taking it to
tournaments
the house.
this year. Yeah, taking it on to.
which is good
Volunteer
for
country, Knoxville, Tennessee.
some guys who will need it, like we saw Justin Atkins last year get second place in the final event of the season and needed to win to get in. Otherwise, if you're already in the Classic and you win, it's a double qualification, and it helps one of the guys right there below the bubble one more spot.
We look at the leaderboard right now, and a tie at the top of the leaderboard with Drew Benton and Matt Herron. Having great days so far.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take it out. B&W Trailer Hitches live on the line. Why don't we get some bonus coverage here with our guy, Matt Herron. He's been knocking them dead this morning. Matt, I don't know if you can hear us or not, but if you can, give us what you feel comfortable telling us about this place and how you found it.
You know, we were here at 17 time in the mud, right? I got on a big old school of fish that I thought I was going to catch. Lo and behold, I was running down the Mississippi this morning on Pool 8, and I run past the mouth of the Root River. And apparently we got a lot more rain than I thought we did. And I'm fishing a little area, just fishing sand drops. And at a hill pan around here, you can see I've literally got a seam of clear water that's about as wide as my boat. And all these fish that I was planning on fishing were piled up right here. Well, they're condensed down to one strip of clear water. And make a long story short, it's been a pretty fun morning.
Matt, as always, you are taking and seeing what you can do, and we are on the Mississippi River, one of the best flipping, frogging places on planet Earth, and you have a spinning rod in your hand. What is wrong with the world? What is right with the world, Matt Herron?
Well, you can look. I got everything laying here, you know, all the same stuff that we're talking about. And, I kind of asking myself the same thing. I pulled up here and I thought in practice I would really catch them on the chatterbait and some other stuff in the top water. And for whatever reason this morning, they just kind of acted funny, and I knew the fish were here and I knew they were piled up. And, you know, I'm an old river guy, so I love fishing mud lines. It's just something you learn that is, mud lines are your friend. And I saw it, and I started to leave, and I said, no, I'm going to make a couple casts with this. I know they're here. And, of course, the dreaded turd, man, of all baits. Keith Combs just left. We've been fishing the same area together. And I told him he needed to sell his big plugs and his big worms and his big jigs, and I'll sell all my stuff. We're going to buy some spinning rods and just give up the ghost.
Oh, don't say things like that, Matt. Matt, obviously sitting on a very solid limit right now. Is this an area that you'll burn down today, or will you go adjust and head elsewhere like Keith Combs has already?
Well, I'm going to burn it down just because I think that what I saw coming out of that river, as soon as this clear water scene goes away, it's gone. So I'm going to try to get everything I can get out of it. I've got plenty of other areas to go to. I can't see running off leaving them. And, I mean, this is probably about as good a situation as you can get into, Z, because you can look around. I'm on this whole big old massive grass flat, and these fish are in one little run out, and it's got one stretch of clear water about as wide as my skeeter boat. And I think every fish here has found this clear water. So I'm just going to sit here till this clear water goes away and see how many I can catch.
Matt, thank you so very much. Yes, good situation. Absolutely. That's an understatement.
Let me cement. Matt Herron is on the Mississippi River, land of frogging and flipping, throwing a Ned rig. Okay, Tommy? There's something so awkwardly great about that.
That is very wild with the clear water, dirty water, what we would consider dirty, what we consider clean, and how those fish just ride that edge when we're here.
Pollock's last fish we saw was a 3-4, gave him 11 pounds, 8 ounces. He's 6 ounces ahead and one spot ahead of Brandon Lester.
Yes, and if you miss this fish catch, we said it, anything over 2.5 to 3 pounds, by far and away is going to be a better than average size bass. Well, that happened before the commercial break with Brandon Polinick throwing a big swim bait. Power pole replay of the day. This catch right here with his cameraman, Brian Evie.
Look at him. Got him. I got him. Yeah, figure 8 that sucker. Boom. Do you see that? Yes. Oh gosh, and I even didn't jerk it out of his mouth. Ah! I mean, God did it. How
How freaking cool was that? Stay off that piling. Yeah, that was so freaking rad. Oh my gosh. Yes. God. I wish you guys could have seen that. Like, that was so freaking cool.
But swim bait, when it goes from white to black, that's what it's all about.
That's give you a heart attack. See something like that happening right before your eyes. Great stuff. Big turning point there. Brandon Polnick now 5 fish, 11.5 pounds. You know, Cody Huff.
Got him. We might mash them. I don't know how big they're going to be, but we're going to catch a few. I'm going to have to get me a little DT8 here in a minute and go to work on them with it.
Got him. He couldn't resist. Couldn't resist secret. I don't know if he's gonna help me. It's a cool bite. I don't know. We'll have to stick them all on things and figure it out.
You look at guys like Brandon Polnick, obviously doing his job early this morning. Scott Martin's done the same so far.
I don't think so. I'll move this up.
Fighting for a classic spot, second year in a row.
Scott had an article in Bassmaster.com this morning saying he thought he
That's bigger.
done his job this year. Speaking of doing a job, as far as finding him, locating him, he just hasn't executed. And of course, we saw a famously tough loss at the Harris chain, Lake Apopka earlier this year.
Several.
Yes. Yeah. Right.
I thought it was that article where he said it's about qualifying for the Classic. Last night when we talked to him, he has erased that. He said, "I am not worrying about the Classic anymore. I am here to win tournaments." Like so that whole disregard that article.
Okay.
He's here to win tournaments after he solidifies a Classic spot, which
Right.
is his unfinished business. You know, that's the whole shtick.
He'll always have unfinished. Back up to Brandon Polnick.
And Matt Herron regaining the sole possession of the lead with a 3 1/4. He's up to 4 ounces shy of 15 pounds.
Oh, mudfish. Gosh, dang it. Got me excited. Got me excited. I wasn't even looking, I just heard it.
Z, I love how you asked Matt Herron if he was going to burn that down today, even though he was sharing it with Keith Combs. I think we all knew that answer.
Seeing what we can do.
Wrong species. Trying to take my hand off. No. No, I wasn't even looking. I was looking over here. I was trying to get my raptors up. Oh yeah, I was I was not paying attention till I heard him just.
First time
Yeah, I was hopeful for it. When I set the hook, I was like, oh gosh. It didn't just come flying out. Thought I'd bit off a little more than I could chew.
Well, while Brandon Polnick tries to fight off the mudfish and just keep it bass specifically, wanted to bring you into the Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon, for a quick little re-up. If you're just joining us this morning, this is the final event of the Bassmaster Elite Series season. So all of our races, the classic cut lines, winning in, Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year, all decided today. And I wanted to break it down real quick, kind of the magic number that Brandon Polnick needs to finish this week to solidify it no matter what anyone else does. And that would be 38th place. And I put 38th place there for his finish because he's actually, 37 points ahead. So 37th would get him a tie. 38th would get him a tie, and he has the tiebreaker over Brandon Lester and cannot lose that tiebreaker. He's so far ahead in total weight, he will solidify AOY even if they tie. Now when we go to the scenarios that Brandon Lester needs to win AOY, he has to beat Brandon Polnick by 38 spots, and he also has to fend off Chris Johnston. He is currently 9 above Chris, but Chris has a tiebreaker over him as well, so he needs to at least be within 8 spots of Chris Johnston and beat Brandon Polnick by 38 spots to get Angler of the Year this week. Now when it comes to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, it's the final event of the season. Some of these guys, it's been do or die for them, but it is a win and in aspect. So if you have some guys in bucket D and E that you think can be a closer and win an event, you need to pick them this week. So the Chalk Squad, the highest picked angler in each bucket, we have a Brandon Polnick, Seth Fighter, Brock Mosley, John Cruz, and Kyle Welcher. That is kind of your Chalk 5 anglers that were picked here this week. And I believe John Cruz, out of all of these anglers, is the highest picked angler overall in fantasy fishing. And I will explain that in just a moment. As I get to my picks for this week, I went with Gerald Swindle in bucket A, Luke Palmer in bucket B, Caleb Summerall, Daryl Gleason, and Keith Combs. Really middle to low percentage picks this week. A couple of these guys have good history on the Mississippi River, like Gerald Swindle and Keith Combs. Caleb Summerall and Luke Palmer, it just fits their style. They're really good river fishermen, shallow grass anglers as well, topwater and flipping. For bucket D, I picked Daryl Gleason. I wanted to pick a guy who might keep some moving baits, some topwater, maybe some current fish in play, and also because bucket D was one of the toughest buckets to pick this week in fantasy fishing that I've seen in all of fantasy fishing, because there was only about 1 or 2 anglers that had any kind of good history here, and that was John Cruz and Steve Kennedy. Everyone else that has fished the Elite Series here or Opens has done very poorly, so it's hard to manage who's going to turn that tide this week, or do you go with history or do you not? And then the last deal for Mercury Drain the Lake, this is the last 8 anglers of the year. We've been doing Mercury Drain the Lake, which is when you pick an angler, you can only use them that week and you lose them for the rest of the year. So you have to be strategic if you want to have a good roster every event throughout the season. Coming into the final event, I saved a couple Midwest guys. I've got Seth Fighter, Jay Shakira, Pat Schlopper, and Bob Downey. 4 of my 8 are Midwestern guys that are around the La Crosse, Mississippi region throughout their lifetime. I've also got Wes Logan, who's good at this type of river and shallow fishing, got 3rd here in an Open. Gerald Swindle, we mentioned him just a minute ago, and then Bill Lowen and Derek Hudnall. Hudnall feels very comfortable in these scenarios, and Bill Lowen, obviously in an area that we saw today with Hunter Shryock, but he's also had some good performances here. So that's kind of the synopsis for Angler of the Year and for fantasy fishing this week for not only chalk teams, but who the king chose this week. And we're looking to move up and drain the lake. 74th overall, we're going to be in that top 50, Z.
You've got one hand on the crown.
That's
Absolutely.
Right. That's right.
Absolutely. Tipping your hat to the rest of the world.
In name only.
Gold rope, crown.
You're the king.
Diapers. Exactly right. I will give you credit on that Gerald Swindle pick. This does seem like one of those tournaments. Swindle's going to be up there.
All right. Matt Herron's up there right now. Tied with Drew Benton. Yeah. Chris Saldane, Matt Airy, Alex Redwine, Scott Martin, and we just saw land another one right there. Be right back.
The king.
All right, here at the Mississippi River this week, the best bite that I've been able to find has been a topwater bite. There will be a few places that the frog will play, you know, be mixing it up with the Terminator walking frog as well as the popping frog. And then really the best bite that I found for numbers and quality has been a Stormarashi topwalker. You can see I've got the hooks bent in because I didn't want to hook anymore. I just wanted them to show themselves. Probably keep it in my hand majority of the day, fishing it around a lot of different types of cover, rock banks, eelgrass edges, sand flats, like just anywhere I think a fish may live, that seems to be the best way to get them to bite.
Bass Pro Shop's top lures with Brandon Polinick campaigning hard to achieve something only 11 other anglers have done in the history of the Bassmasters, and that's win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year 2 times, doing his job today.
You're exactly right. All season long, Brandon Polinick has pretty much gone Aaron Donald on every single fish.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what.
Not like that.
Judging that big one right there about seeing what we can do. Earlier today with Brandon Polinick, pretty much getting his job done, hovering around that key 12 to 13 pound mark. Unofficially, we got him just over 11 pounds, and we heard him say he's been weighing every one of them. He's right at 12 and a quarter right now. Good morning for Brandon Polinick, coming off a miserable event, Lake Oahe, turning the tide here in the Mississippi River.
Said I wasn't gonna get sucked into any one thing, so we keep doing different stuff, moving, frog a little bit, throw the top walker a little bit, drop shot, crank. Just, there's so many fish that live in this area that they don't all just do one thing, which I like. I like being able to junk fish because you feel like you're not wearing just one thing out. I can fish a little bit of grass. I can fish a hard spot off the bank, do different stuff. Watch fish blow up on everything but my frog. Gonna have to change something.
Absolutely picture perfect weather.
Just gorgeous.
This week here in La Crosse, beautiful stuff right now. And today looks perfect, as we say, 65 degrees, partly sunny. That is ideal. Great stuff. We look at a high today of 81 degrees. Going to get up there just a little bit, partly cloudy, light winds. You couldn't ask for anything better than that for these 90 anglers out there getting it done. Tomorrow, cloudy, a few south winds, a little pick up there in the wind action. Low of 68 tonight, or tomorrow night, I should say. That's the way that reads. And
gorgeous.
Boy, that'll be Saturday. And going into the weekend, we have a few summertime thunder showers possibility, just regular summertime weather.
Yes, and what that TH Marine weather report didn't show is to the west of where we are here in La Crosse, Wisconsin, some of those Minnesota little rivers that flow into the Mississippi got some rain yesterday, enough to maybe dirty it up. And we mentioned with Matt Herron, as we look at this Humminbird bird's eye view in the back of one of the
Trinasses.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Matt Herron explained all the dirty water influx coming into Pool 8 right there where he was, and talking to one of the best clued-in locals that I know, Cade Laufenberg, he mentioned he checked Pool 9 last night to see what the color was in the water, if everything looked good, because he's one of the camera boats today to see just where people may be headed. He said the entire lower end of Pool 8 is trashed from the Root River, which means Pool 9 is probably trashed as well. Last night, there must have been some rain, but there's a little bit of a delay in it getting to the Mississippi River, and it must have happened just a little while ago in Minnesota to get here now.
Guys.
explain what, as we see Scott Martin hooked up right here, what does he mean by trashed? Just mud
means
coming?
the dirtier water that fish can live in dirty water, but they don't want that sediment necessarily in their face, especially. That's why a lot of this eelgrass has helped clear up some areas a lot quicker than it used to in the past with how much there is.
That big. He's just mean. He was just mad. Might help us, maybe. I gotta start calling a little bit again. Yeah, I think he helps me, for sure. Let's see what this weighs now that we've got it's a 260. It's a 2.9.
Helps him about a half pound.
Scales hiding. Okay. Here it is. $233.
It's early, Z, and he's at that mark that we talked about, that 12-pound limit that you're going to need to probably be mid to just above mid-pack. But Scott Martin being at that right now can maybe not ensure, but maybe going to be in the top part of the cut, which is important with him being just outside the classic cut coming into today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see a lot of these guys that are kind of starting to creep around that 12 to 13 pound mark, how long they lean on them today.
And that top walker bite a lot better because they couldn't really get up in the grass, or at least they weren't comfortable up there. 2.5.
What's very important for Martin is he's 45th. 43rd was the classic cut line coming into today. Could go to 44, obviously, with the winner of this event determining that. But the people just above it, Carl Jacobson in 42nd, Jamie Hartman 43rd, and Jason Williamson 44th. They are currently all below 63rd in this tournament so far.
Wow.
2.5.
And people who will think about history, Jamie Hartman was on the Elite Series before 2018 when we came here the last time. But if we remember correctly, he went up to La Crosse and ended up injuring his back and was in the hotel the whole week of practice and was trying to make it for tournament day and just go fishing and could not make it through. Ended up getting treatment for a sciatic nerve so he could continue to be an elite pro after 2018 season.
I don't have much in the pot. That's a 2.8. That's a 2.8.
Boy, this is, you've listened to Carl Jacobson on the stage. You follow the weigh-ins every tournament. This is as close as Carl's come to the Bassmaster Classic in his career, and he's talked about it on stage. This is not one of those tournaments you fall behind that you can, it's so hard to make up ground here because there are going to be so many 10-pound limits.
We see it almost every year. That cut weight is always 11 or so, 11 and a half per day will get you close, and then 15 and a half per day will probably get you in the winning weight region.
You think it goes? Do you think it goes over? We talked about it last week. Do you think it goes over 60 pounds?
I think it does. I think it goes over 60.
I originally thought so, but then I kept hearing more and more that it's not going to.
Between these two.
When the schedule came out, how many lacrosse folks messaged me pessimistic with August and lacrosse, how tough it had been over the last 2 years.
Right.
But then this year, their reaction to tournaments, not even in the spring, but just the last month or so, it's just been putting out solid 17 to 18 pound winning stringers. Quality has shown back up, but yeah, it's a little different.
I think the only factor in there right now would be 80% of our field is in pool 8. 15% is in 7, and then call it 5% has run down to pool 9. Pool 8 is getting throttled.
Could this be the year we see it won from a different pool? Even though there's small samples of people leaving this pool. We've seen top 10s from other pools.
Okay. Which is okay. Yeah,
I don't know.
I got that. That's what I got.
Hey, that's the best
15,
answer
12.
we've gotten.
I don't
this
know.
morning.
Man, it just seems
That massive
maximizing
blow
your
up on
fishing
that
time every
graph
time
edge
we're
up
here.
there.
4 days is so critical.
You got to go through a lot of fish.
Please. You know how to clear that clip? Hit the top button.
Does Scott Martin have his cameraman doing other camera work?
Oh, for sure.
All right.
Well into our third hour of fishing here on this day 1 of 4 days of fishing. Got a weigh-in coming up at 3 o'clock Central Time this afternoon. Might want to put that on your schedule. Make a mental note of it. Striker Daily Trivia in the 4 elite tournaments out of lacrosse. What is the heaviest single day weight? Was it 18.4, 18.10? Was it 19.3 or 19.5
Never had a 20-pounder here.
Man,
Gonna have
that's
to
a
have a good,
decade-long
sharp
question.
memory.
It is.
A good sharp memory to answer that one. So give it a think. We'll take a quick break, come back and answer that for you, and continue on day 1. Well into the third hour of fishing here, the Upper Mississippi River, La Crosse, Wisconsin. 90 anglers out there today. Striker Daily Trivia question. We talked about previous events here. The 4 of them that have been elite tournaments out of lacrosse. What was the heaviest single day weight out of all those 4 tournaments? Was it 18.4, 18.10, 19.3, or 19.5? Mark Zona, what do you think?
Tommy, I don't know. I don't. I'm not the king of Striker Daily Trivia, but I'm just going to throw ballpark best guess 19.5.
19.5. I'll go one less. I'll go C, 19.3.
Okay.
I was gonna go 19.5, so I'll stick with it since you took the next lowest one. Tom.
Seth Fighter in 2016. Day 2.
Wow. Yeah.
I am trying. Listen.
Good job.
Ronnie talked
Sounds
about
like you
the
are the
struggles.
king.
I am not. I am far. I can only just be in your presence, my friend. My greatness. That is so Game of Thrones. 19.5, Seth Fighter.
19.5. Thank you. And it is about our leader right now. The first man over 15 pounds is Matt Herron.
On pace
15
now.
pounds in 1 hour.
Yep, and he said he was going to burn it down. Well, he has done that so far. Marathon Peak Performance find a little clear water mud line connection. As Ronnie said, a little bit of weather came in overnight, trashed the bottom end of Pool 8, helping out Matt Herron. And The one thing that Matt Herron did say, he did not feel that what he was doing in any way, shape, or form could hold up for 2 days, much less in this tournament. Marathon peak performance already over 15 pounds. Matt Herron from Alabama.
Drew Benton with a 3.5 pounder just got over 15 pounds, 4 ounces. These guys are seesawing the lead.
Actually, if you talk about that, looking at this Humminbird bird's eye view with Jay Shakurat, I believe that is right there. A little bit of a...
I like your boat identification.
You thought, in all honesty, that he was going to be culling within the first 30 minutes of competition, still sitting with a couple fish. But looking at that situation at the top, you look at Matt Herron, who was a benefit from the overnight weather that came in. Drew Benton, fair to say, one of the biggest community holes
100%
on this body of water. Not very, I guess what I'm saying is those are not very stable things to last throughout this event.
We've seen that Onalaska spillway region factor almost every day in events in the past here, whether it's to the leading capabilities or just you got to catch 2 or 3 there and then you got to go figure out something else. You got to go somewhere else to seal a deal.
Jeff Gustafson jumps into third. Just finished with a 3 1/4. He's up to 14 pounds, 1 ounce.
And here's something interesting about that, Such. Seth said after day 1 of practice, Gussie is on him.
Oh.
Yes. He has said that before.
A solid tournament up at Oahe.
Which is weird because this is not his forte, and he was glad to have gotten his classic hopes solidified at Oahe, so he didn't have to worry about catching him here.
Shakurat sent with 4 fish, just under 8 pounds unofficially.
I was just wondering why Seth wasn't on him. He's got 4 fish. All of them are 1.5 pounders.
Because it's the hardest sport to predict who's gonna do it.
Yes, I agree.
Boy, yeah, I mean a sheet of glace.
It is. Wow.
Got a skeeter boat. Big fish
terrible.
alert. Brock Mosley, a 5 pounder. That's his second fish. He's up to 7 pounds on the day. He is outside that bubble trying to get in.
Needing some work this week, yeah. Needing some good results.
His running mate would enjoy the winning in aspects of this event, Mr. Hank Cherry.
Didn't see a ton. I saw a couple posts that guys got stuck.
Yeah.
Throughout this is no joke. We brought them up. Hang on real quick.
As good as I expected it to be so far. Just got into one of my other areas here, and I was just sitting here yesterday evening, and now it's pretty dirty in here. I'm just gonna see if I can find a little bit cleaner stuff and see if I can start getting a couple bites. But yeah, I mean, the morning started off good right away, and then it slowly faded from there, but I'm expecting a little bit of an afternoon bite. Hopefully get some smallies going. So that's the report right now. Just trying to get a decent limit of largemouth, and then try and find that kicker this afternoon. But yeah, so far a lot of my areas have been
Not very clean. I think I finally found the break line right here.
There's a good shot of where that water mixes.
And that's what it is. Overall, the Mississippi River is going to be dirtier than a lot of other bodies of water for people who are watching and like, that's not dirty or that's not whatever, this is normal. But when there are pockets of actually clear or more tannic water that is filtered better, it is evident. And you will see 50 bass in a 100-yard stretch go up to a 20-yard stretch if that's where the clear water is. Like Matt Herron was saying, they were all in this area, now they're in this one line.
What I was going to say was, with some of our anglers that got stuck in practice, Mansour, who has airboats here, said he, for free, if there was any angler in need, he called Lisa, tournament director,
Really?
and said, I will rescue anybody that is in trouble on the river this week.
That's awesome.
Wow.
That is awesome.
Good Samaritan.
That's the one aspect, Tommy, that we talked about here in studio last week in this event, and also just throughout the week. If there will be someone on the classic bubble that gets stuck and loses either amount of time or is late or needs to hurry up and are worried about making it back.
Sure.
Yeah. Do you play it safe? And even safe could mean getting stuck in pool 8.
Yeah. How busy was he during practice? I know.
I didn't. He told me that. He told me that early on in practice, but said even if somebody was, did not make it to weigh-in or something, he would go out and rescue them.
Lee Livesey jumps into 8th place with a 312 that gives him a little more than 12 pounds.
And we have a new guy in 2nd place, Brian New, his Marshall.
Wow.
They had an initial 5-fish limit, and then he weighed his fish, and he updated their limit, 15 pounds, 3 ounces.
Starting to look like last week.
Yeah, exactly.
New Livesey, red wine.
Gussie.
But what you were talking about, obviously looking at that area, the lower end of 8 right there with Shakurat, your dude that's Cade nailed it. There's a lot of areas that are blown out, but there are also very, very, especially with all of the eelgrass in here, you could tell where Hunter Shryock was. There's pockets of very, very, very clear water here as well.
Which we could see guys in this region with this dirty water fish for a long time without a bite, and when they get to that clear water or the good little stretch of water, they could just rack it up real quick in a hurry.
I guess I didn't know that they had that much weather last night west of here.
He sent a kind of, I guess, a radar topo map image, and it's all west of La Crosse, and it's kind of pushing through. And when it got to this region, I guess it turned from rain to just the hazy clouds and whatnot this morning. It was not actual rain in La Crosse.
Shakurat.
I get runoff from a long way. You see these hills. I was there in 2013, and a little further up north, there's a trout stream that feeds into the Mississippi. Up there's neat. Yes, there is.
Connected to Such?
Feeds in like a Altura. We were staying in Altura, went down through the cornfields and went down this cut that started going down the bluff.
There's the trout.
Went through woods, and there's people camping along it and people trout fishing. Yeah,
there they
beautiful.
Trout stream got to go somewhere. You're just checking in. There's your guy. You've probably been following the story of Brandon Polinick all season long, trying to lock down a 2nd Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year prize. He got 5 fish today. That's another big step toward achieving that goal.
This is a good shot for Hunter Shryock on the right. I talked to him last night, and he said there are still some pretty significant duckweed patches that you can get to like we've seen in past years, but the difference this year is that eelgrass underneath the duckweed is much thicker and much taller, much more grown out, and a lot more of it, so those fish aren't just 10, 20 fish schools under the duckweed where you just see blow up after blow up and things like that. It's a lot fewer and far between in a patch than other years. But if you can find a good mix of other types of grass, whether it's milfoil or other things like that, that's where you'll get them.
Shakira, hooked up?
Stay hooked up. Yes, sir. Nice chunky fish. Number 5. Now I just got to get rid of that little rat smallie. Oops. Dang it. Well, that was quick. I was like, oh, they got one. There he should have been. Maybe this will have him more confined in the clean stuff.
That last fish should put Jay right next to Cody Huff, his nearest competitor for the Rookie of the Year.
We kind of mentioned it, the magic number for Brandon Pollock is 38th.
That's her.
Hunter Shryock hooked up.
Stay on. Stay on. She's on there. Please, God. Oh, no. Please be on there. Please be on there. Please don't be a lily pad. Go in and get her, Hunter. Oh, no. No. Oh, there's one. Gosh. Gosh, I thought it was a giant. I ain't even a keeper. Nope. It's gonna be close. Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, line burner. That bite was a lot better than what we got. I thought for sure it freaking came off, man.
Big old salad with it.
Jeez.
It's been a fun Friday morning, and it will continue on upcoming here at Bassmaster.com. We've got the live mix starting immediately, just moments away, and after that at noon Eastern time, Dave and Davey. Dave Mercer, Davey Height going to take us some on-location coverage. Should be good stuff, always is. That's the way it stands right now, unofficially. Drew Benton, Brian New right there knotted at the top. Matt Herron having a great day so far. Chris Saldane, big morning for him so far. And Jeff Gustafson, second good tournament in the row for him. A lot of fun and more to come on day one, the guaranteed rate. Bassmaster Elite, Upper Mississippi.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Little tiny ones. Little babyins. We don't want the babies, we want the 3+s. Oh my God, did you see that? My rod went, phew. Oh my gosh. Oh, it was a smallmouth. I saw him. It about ripped the rod out of my hand. Yeah, crushed it. Huh? I mean, he blistered it. He just didn't get it. And then I saw a smallmouth following, so I'm assuming it was him. Typical smallmouth move. Hit it 100 miles an hour with their mouth closed. Dang it. Oh, that was a largemouth there. Largie followed it up.
Different kind, wrong size.
Wearing out the brim.
Scared me to death.
What was that? Oh, catching a few. Need one real big one. Surprised I didn't get bit off that tree.
Here's a brim going. My gosh, what a bluegill. Jeez. Son. Oh, I think I had one. I do. Oh, damn. Damn. Okay. I had him. He was. He bit it. No, didn't know he bit it. He tricked me, man. He tricked me.
Don't know what flavor we had there, but not keep him pegged. landed right on one stinking head. Whoa.
One frog bite just doesn't suffice, does not curb the itch. Alrighty. Need more frog bites. Definitely made a little change on us. Swirled in those pads. Not nearly as aggressive or like seeing them blowing all the shad and stuff like they were. And I don't know why. Conditions are very similar to what we had the first day of practice when I came in here. see how big that swirl was? Gosh. I don't know if I can reach it with this. Nope. I'm gonna be too far to the right. No, it's a popper. Cover pop. Oh, dang it. Seeing a lot more bait activity in this corner, which I like. Not seeing as much bait blown up on them as I would like, but
Come on, fish. You know you want it.
not as much bass blowing up on them, but I know they're around. Come on.
I never touched him. Just never got it. This is how you do it. Bait him into biting.
Yeah, I would say the water's down. Is that a mudfish? Is that a bass? There's a pike. Couldn't tell what that was when it came up. Oh. That was a big old mudfish of gar back there. So much bait and bluegill and perch. All kinds of stuff up in here. Except some aggressive bass. Haven't seen any of those yet. Hike. Definitely seems like it's sucked a lot of the bass out of this grass. Like there's still seeing all the bait and stuff, but not nearly the bass popping around in here. Old Toothy Tom, I see you. See you creeping. Got a little bass hiding next to you too. I see how you guys are working. Denied. Denied. Yeah, I'm gonna go hit another place.
It's a good one, dude. Let me look in here real quick. All right. $260. $260. $260 is $2.9. 2.9. 2.7. Two 9, 2.7. Yeah. 2.7. 2.7. Yeah. It's a like a 250. 250 something. Yep. Yep. Dude, that was the coolest bite. So I'm learning about this spot, and what's really, really cool about this is there's big shad here, big shad. I'm talking 4-inch shad. I can see them on my Panoptics. I can see them under my boat. It's the only place I've seen big shad, and they're living in this hole, and all those fish are landing. I can see them in the blob. I can see the blobs in between the grass. Like I literally saw a blob. I reeled my wacky and let it fall. I watched the blob go like this and went, thump. We're about to destroy them. Dude, these fish don't weigh as much as I thought. Maybe your scale's wrong.
Yeah, it's off a little bit.
A little light, right?
Scale is, yes.
Yeah. That's what it seems like.
14 pounds, or 12 pounds on the scale, like 12.1 or 12.3, it was 14.
Okay. Well, I mean, they feel like they should be bigger. I'm like weighing, it's like a...
Use your board.
Yeah. Yeah, 2.9, 2.10. I think they feel bigger. I don't know, something feels funny with those fish. Come here real quick, come here. I want to show everybody what I'm doing here. This is a depression, okay? It's the deepest water around. This is the grass. Look at the fish in between, okay? Like, just wait a second here. Let's see one move around. You'll see there's one right there moving right there. Like I just let my worm fall right there and I got that bite right there. Let me scan around and see if we see the bait. I'll show you the bait. There's some fish over there. Bait should be right here. I don't see the bait, but it's in here. There's some fish right there, look. That's a fish right there, 30 feet. See if I can't catch that one. Let's see if I can catch him. 30 feet. See if we see it go down. I don't see my worm yet. Oh, look, there's a big one moving. He might be going to my worm. See him right there swimming in the grass? That's why. It's just a wad in here. The problem is I don't want to show my hand too much. That's so cool. There's one right there. There's another one right there. Ooh, there's one right there. That's Garmin Panoptics. You know, you can, there's one under the boat. Look at this. Look at under the boat, literally. See him right there? I'm dropping my worm straight down. Let's see. There goes my worm. There's my worm. They're literally under the boat, dude. There's my worm going up. Come on, buddy. Come out there and get your little snack. A little salty snack. There's something going down on it, see it? I don't know what that was. That is so cool. Let's see if I can. Oh, there's a big one right there. He's hiding. That's a fish right there. 29 feet. It's 29 feet, which is right there. There's 29 feet. I missed the fish. Oh, there's a couple in there though. Let's see what those blobs do. See them going down? Oh. He scared them. See them swimming through the grass? There's 3 fish right there. Come on, dude. Did that just a second ago. That's when that good one came down there and he munched it. God. There's one right there at 35 feet. Let's see how he acts. Oh, it's going down. Yeah. He didn't do much. Ooh, no, he turned around. He said, I kind of like that. Did something. He liked it. And look at him right here. So we're sitting on top of him. I need to back off a little bit. Wow, that's cool. Okay. Kind of neat. Kind of neat stuff. You know, it's like the sonar, forward-facing sonar has done so much. You catch fish with it, but here's for me, here's what it is. I've learned about fishing more because it confirms things. Like in my mind, I'm like, well, here's a depression, and why are there fish in here? I think maybe there's bait in here, you know, whatever. And you start thinking, no, I look and say, okay, there's big giant bait swimming around, and the little hole's just right here only. Like it tells you a lot. You learn a lot about where you're fishing. Nah. No. Dude, he's leaving. He's leaving. That's good. If he leaves, I'll leave. If he leaves, I'll leave. I just didn't want to leave and then he's camp out in here. There's like a lot right here. I can see him on my graph, dude.
Hot area.
It's this depression right here. It's a hole. And there's the big bait in here. The big bait. Whoa, golly, dude. Got one dead one, dude. I mean, it's a 2.5, 2.9, 210, something. Wow. Not much has changed. Just any one of these little pitches or casts could be a big one. Pitch out there and your line just starts swimming off. They live around here. Just a matter of getting it in front of one when they're set up. Set up and hungry. Come on, Hut, show me a bass. Nope, no feast for you. Well, that should wake them up at least. Okay. Run down by the ramp, I think.
All right. See if we can find us one of these big old frog eaters in here. Every other species lives in here, so I know these bass live in here too. We got our frog stole by a snakehead, caught a short, caught a big pike. Been playing cat and mouse with a few that just apparently really suck at their job and don't like to eat your bait. Every time I hit the trolling motor, there's a little bluegill jumping up. Oh, get that thing, come on. Little bluegill jumping up on the mat. It's super alive in here. You hear them popping and stuff. Frogging is one of the most fun and the most frustrating things a guy can ever do.
Wake up, fish.
He's like, screw you, dude. No part of it.
Oh, he had it again. He was very big. He ain't biting again. I get a bite, I rip their face off.
I can just get one 3-pounder out of here, I would be very happy, and we'd ease on out of here and go give our smallmouth a try.
Yeah, no problem. It's about time for me to get bit again.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage in beautiful La Crosse, Wisconsin. We left the raw, rugged expanse of South Dakota, and now we're probably in one of the most lush playing fields that we ever visit. Green everywhere, and that green is not just for the bass, it is for the dollars that are on the line this week at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Mississippi River. Hard to believe the final event of 2022
And that, as I said, is our takeoff facility right here. Did a little bit of a different takeoff facility this time. I mean, it's the last event of the year. We're going to make a big deal. We're going to blow all of the budget, and we're going to come right here to La Crosse, Wisconsin. If you're going to be in La Crosse, you better go to La Crosse Loggers baseball field, and that's exactly where we are. Build it, and they will come. And Davey Height, this event started building 197 days ago in Palatka, Florida, and it's all going to come down to these next 4 days. So much on the line. Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year, and, of course, the coveted burst to the Bassmaster Classic. I love this week.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot on the line here this week, and we often talk about how every tournament is equally important, but it doesn't seem that way. In Palatka, you think, I just want to get off to a good start, but when you come here, the last event of the year, and you know, the upper Mississippi always delivers lots of fish, so you're going to have a tight tournament. Just ounces will decide who makes the Bassmaster Classic, who doesn't, possibly even who wins Angler of the Year. Brandon Polnuck opened that door last week, and nobody stepped through it. Brandon Lester got a little closer, so we'll see what happens.
Before we get into the fishing, Davey, will you do a little BP with me out here a little later on?
Oh, absolutely. Did you see me pitch in Houston a few years ago? It's not good. I'll let you bat first, and if you can live through my pitching, I'll bat next.
All right. Well, let's catch up to what's been going on the incredible Mississippi River with our Toyota Midday Report, and let's get it started with Hunter Shryock, a three-time Bassmaster Classic qualifier.
Yeah, what great footage you have. Hunter Shryock, not the only one that I've seen so far this morning consistently throwing a top-order frog, a walking frog and a popping frog mixed up a little bit. Great camera work right there. I mean, absolutely incredible to see that blow up on that frog. We'll see what happens. He's fishing that frog really fast, covering a lot of water.
How about 2 times as tough, Cody Huff?
Cody Huff, you see here, mixing it up a little bit. I think that's a vibrating jig. Saw him throwing a variety of different lures this morning. A lot of folks picked him to do very well here this week. That's why we've got a camera on him.
Cody Huff made his second top 10 in a row at our last event. And Scott Martin, let's make this show a whole lot prettier. And Scott Martin in the mix with a lot of pressure on his shoulders this week.
A lot of pressure because he's just out of the Bassmaster Classic. Last year, when the final Elite Series tournament was over, he was barely out. Had to rely on some double qualifiers to get him in, but did make his Bassmaster Classic last year at Hartwell. This year he's just outside, but a great start this morning. I'm sure he's moved up in the standings. You know, we got to wait till the end of the day to adjust those points, but eventually till the end of the tournament. But Scott Martin off to a great start this morning.
A lot of pressure on Scott Martin as he tries to make his second Bassmaster Classic. He makes no bones about it. That's exactly why he's here on the Elite Series. He has unfinished family business. And man, speaking of family business, his father's a walleye pro, but Jay Shakir proved he is a bass pro in a big, big way, joining the history books in all sorts of ways in New York.
Well, one good note to add to his resume would be winning Rookie of the Year, and that's certainly what he's got a great chance to do here this week. Young angler, his rookie season on the lease, but some experience here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Lives not too awfully far away, a lot closer than most of these other anglers that live kind of in the south. But we'll keep our eyes on Jay. He had a decent practice, and he's got off to a good enough start that he's certainly right where he needs to be for Rookie of the Year.
Well, let's talk about Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year and Brandon Lester, the guy with the mathematical shot, the closest mathematical shot to chase down Brandon Polnuck.
Yeah, Brandon Lester has had a great year. He's had a great career, really, if you look at the years he's been out on the Bassmaster Elite Series. To be quite honest with you, I didn't know at the end of that last event that he had moved up into second place. 47 points back, that seems like a lot. Brandon Polnuck having a very unusual for him tournament last week, finishing 66, just allowed Brandon Lester to make up some ground.
It won't happen twice in a row. I just don't believe it. Brandon Polnuck, so consistent, and we have not seen him slip at all this year. But man, he's the only guy who's in control of his own destiny. I mean, he catches him. He's in top 37. Nobody can catch him.
Yep, that's exactly right. And I agree with you. I would not bet against Brandon Lester Brandon Polnuck to have a good solid
two Brandons.
A good solid tournament here this week. He got off to a good start, a lot of experience here, and I'm like you, just don't see him stump his toes twice in 2 weeks.
Maybe one of them will change their name. I'll find out at weigh-in. But let's talk about the tournament. Not just an Elite Series title this week, but a Bassmaster Classic berth on the line atop the leaderboard. Drew Benton and that would make him a double qualifier and very popular amongst the Bassmaster Elite Series pros.
He would, and you see there Brian New in second place. He's up in the point stand also, but Matt Herron would be one that would certainly love to win this event, get his first Elite Series trophy over his head, and an automatic berth to the Bassmaster Classic.
Look at Lee Livesey once again in the top 10. Man, I think because he's not that vocal, it doesn't stand out, but what he has done, he's won 4 Bassmaster events in literally the last 3 years, and it doesn't matter where. I mean, why not Lee Livesey go get another win this year?
Yeah, he's fishing that way. He's already secured a spot in the Bassmaster Classic after last week. So, you know, you hear anglers say, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to swing for the fence. The last tournament of the year is one you can definitely do that if you've already got, you know, your immediate goals locked up, but you know maybe the angler year is out of your reach. So it's a good tournament for you to try to do something like that.
That live shot from the Crosse Loggers baseball field, I actually hit that camera. That was a.
We've had some good bites too.
Oh wow!
You know, you just chalk it up as they're biting. I'm all good with it. So, some of those fish I think I can catch throughout the tournament though that I missed. The way they're feeding.
Wow, how beautiful is La Crosse?
I feel good. I feel great actually. I mean, it's a blessing. I've caught a lot of fish. I'm making good decisions. So weight-wise, I'm not real sure what I have. That scale's a little funky. It is what it is, you know. I'm just gonna catch the 5 biggest ones I can catch. I have no idea what it's gonna take to make the top 10. You know, a lot of times we sit here and talk about top 50. I need to make top 10. That's my goal. So, all right, we're gonna get out of here. We're gonna go throw a frog now and see if we can't catch a little bit bigger fish.
What an incredible, as I said, from the rugged South Dakota to the most lush playing field that we may have seen all year. But this guy, it doesn't matter whether there's trees, birds. He's not hearing any of that. All he is focused on is getting as high as he can get in this tournament and hoping to chase down the other Brendan Palaniuk.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm sure he's got Angler of the Year on his mind, but it's.
I feel okay. I mean, it's been a good first half of the day. I mean, I've got I don't know, 11, 12 pounds in the box, which will be respectable at the end of the day, but it's not where we want to be. But I caught a 4-pounder in here flipping in practice and took my hook off, shook off a couple more. So I'm gonna lock a flipping rod in my hand for a couple of hours and fish for hopefully a bigger than average fish. And I mean, a 4-pounder right now would give us a good bag, one that would keep us in contention anyway. We wouldn't be leading. I figure somebody will catch 17 or 18 today. But on this river, anytime you're fishing here, you want to stay in that 14, 15 pound range. You're doing pretty good.
Yeah, I agree with him totally. You hear a lot of different reports about some guys not doing very well and some, you know, catching a little better than average size. But traditionally here on this upper part of the Mississippi River, if you catch 12 to 13 a day, you'll make a check. If you catch 15 a day, you're going to do good. But it usually takes you'll need one of those 16, 17 pound stringers each day or at least 1 or 2 of those days to get up there with what I think it'll take to win this event. So interesting, and it's fun for me to watch these anglers using so many different lures, so many different approaches.
It's usually a big numbers fishery, isn't it, Davey?
Yes, yes. But it's all, for me, you know, and I fished several Elite Series tournaments here. For me, it was don't get caught up in the numbers. Use baits that you might not catch as many fish, but give you a better chance of getting a little bit bigger, you know, bite, average size. See a lot of swim baits, swim jigs, flipping, frogging.
Feel like we're moving, Davey.
We're moving. Did you hit another ball? Is that foul?
Yeah, no. This
Straight
one
down the river.
I will give that credit to the amazing magicians back in the truck. This is a beautiful hummingbird bird's eye view of why just driving past this fishery is exciting to an angler. Like, it's one of those places, as soon as you see it, you're just like, ooh.
Yeah, you see all that largemouth habitat. It's a lot of great smallmouth in this river system right through this particular part of it also, but you just look at that. That is largemouth heaven. Hummingbird bird's eye view. A little different than last week. I liked last week, though. Very beautiful, very different looking area that I had not been.
Really shows how spoiled people that live in North. Oh, there you go.
Pegged. You got her. You got her. Gosh, that was ugly.
Fish, though.
Good solid fish
Just gotta
there.
keep my head in the game, man. Need 5 of those. Just gotta keep fishing. How long did we fish for that bite?
Quite a while.
Jeez.
I'll do. Thanks. Good job.
Yep. Settle down.
Please show me that again.
Get a couple more bites like that. Everything's fine. Alrighty.
See the mixture of clean and dirty water on the lower end of Pool 8 this morning. This is the exact same scenario when I was here in 17 fishing this event. The night of, before the first morning of the tournament, had a lot of rain kind of south, west of town. Got another one here.
Pegged, Hunter.
Let's watch.
Gosh. Act like you've done it before. Keep her pegged. That's what's up.
There you go, bud.
That's what's up.
There you go.
Keep her pegged, Davey. Keep her pegged.
That's awesome.
There we go.
Two really good fish. Hunter been throwing that frog
There we
all
go.
morning, and that's definitely his best.
Oh. Get all that grass out of her. Nice healthy fish.
I see your hummingbird.
Act like we've done it before. That's 5, right? All right.
Please show us that again. Please.
These fish
feel like
really
it's
tend to
just
group up this
better.
time of year here.
It's just the bites are so far
And,
few
and
between.
especially when you catch one of those 3+, it's like they're never by themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely supposed to get better, so I'm just hoping I mean, I marked these fish yesterday, and it freaked me out because I didn't catch them. And I know I had one place that was pike, but it could be bass mixed in with the pike. It's up ahead of us, so hopefully there's some bass mixed in, because it cut up my frog, and then I'm like, gosh, did I just mark like all pike? If I would have caught them yesterday, though, they wouldn't have bit today.
Oh, there it's back. I knew it would. Oh, munched.
That is so fun. It's always fun to catch fish on the first day or the last day or every day in between a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. But there's something special, not just top water, not just any old top water, but frogging that duckweed and a lot of eelgrass here in the river. That's just good, fun stuff.
This is just an old school, target-rich Bassmaster tournament. I mean, this is always one of my favorite tournaments every time we come here. And it's, if you look back at every single one of the shows that came from this location, they are stunning.
Target-rich is a great way to put it because just like you think about several of the events we have, Santee Cooper really comes to mind. Those lakes there, target-rich, but all targets are not created equally. Some will be much, much better, especially on this river. The current has such a big factor in how these fish set up, and that changes from year to year as floods and different water levels. This year for us, it's the lowest water level we've ever experienced here.
What do you think, Davey? Will we see one of our anglers with a camera get stuck this week?
I don't know about with the camera, but I will bet we will have an angler to get stuck.
Well, it's no fun unless we can see it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll have to run the Humminbird bird's eye view right over there.
Yeah, I mean, stuck on an oasis, an incredible oasis that is this part of the world. La Crosse, Wisconsin, a target-rich environment, and a lot of our anglers getting rich here this week. The final Elite Series event of the season. It all comes down to this. Explore La Crosse, and that is exactly what our anglers are doing. I want to thank Explore La Crosse for getting us here to this beautiful part of the world, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River, and it all comes down to this. It started 197 days ago in another lush part of the world, but on the, pretty much the other end of the country in Palatka, Florida. But it all comes down to this: our Angler of the Year, our Rookie of the Year, and our Classic qualifiers, and a Bassmaster Classic berth is on the line this week. Winning, you're in. And our leader right now, Drew Benton, with 15 pounds 4 ounces, and Brian New in second, Matt Herron in third. And Matt Herron, when he left here last week, when he left South Dakota, he was looking forward to this fishery, and you got to expect this sets up perfectly for him.
Yeah, absolutely does. He's a power fisherman, loves to swim a jig and throw a frog, and that's certainly what I would expect he's doing here. Matt Herron, a lot of experience here on this river. I heard Zona talking that he had talked to Matt a little bit and didn't expect things to hold up, but here's somebody that we always expect to continue to catch him.
Obviously
stumbled a little bit last week, but Brandon Polinick not again this week.
Try to get a big bite. First cast, I caught a pike. But the side I wanted to get on, there's a boat on it. That's been the better side over there.
Shades of Haute Defoe.
I've made about 183 million casts right there myself.
That damn...
Every angler out here probably.
When you're going to win Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, some things got to go right. Oh. And watch this, the most impressive bite.
Look at him. Got him. I got him.
Figure 8 him.
I got him. Yeah, figure 8 that sucker. Boom. Do you see that? Yes. Oh gosh, and I even didn't jerk it out of his mouth. I mean, got it. How freaking cool was that? Stay off that piling. Yeah, that was so freaking rad. Oh my gosh.
Rad, Davey, it was rad.
That was awesome.
That dam there once caused a whole controversy in my life because because Tommy and Zona said that I went over the dam. They played some old footage on Bass Live when we were here of this boat in black and white. Oh, well, let's watch this. More important stories are about to happen, I imagine.
What'd I say?
Munched.
That's a big one. Oh, stay on there. It's on. Is it a pike? No, it's a largemouth. It ain't that big. Yeah, he's gonna call. Goodness gracious. Oh yeah.
Hunter's jersey perfectly matches the cover he's fishing.
It really does.
Oh,
very bright green, that duckweed. Brighter than I remember it being. Maybe it's the perfect sunshine we got right up very high in the sky, but it looks brighter than I remember.
So yeah, I'll finish that story real quick, baby. So Bass Live, I mean, we used to have a lot more fun before we tightened up the ship and everything. And they played this old shot of like an old boat going over the falls there. And Zona said, oh, I think that's Mercer went over the falls. And we all laughed, ha, 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 and we went on. And then my phone lit up, my wife's phone. Evidently, people don't watch the footage; they just listen to it at times.
And they don't understand that Zona.
There was
probably not going to be you if he said that was you.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bass Live's caused many controversy. I mean, poor Karen Zona had an extra child because of Bass Live.
We got one that's. Wait, did he come back to life? He did. He was flopping, wasn't he? No, he wasn't.
Oh, let's watch it again. Munched.
So fun. That's so fun. I'm surprised we're not seeing more of our anglers with cameras in their boat doing this. We've seen it a little bit, but Hunter's the only one that's really been sticking with it. Scott Martin said he was going to do some of this when he left his last location, so maybe we'll see him.
That's a big one.
Oh, wow.
Come on, Lord. Stay buttoned up. Stay buttoned up. Stay buttoned up. She's coming. Okay. It's a big one. It's got to be big. Don't let her break, Hunter. Don't let her break. I thought it was big. Is there even a fish? Oh, no. Oh, man.
Disappointing. May have been a big one.
Thrill of victory.
You got to check to make sure he's not there. Oh, not there.
One.
Agony of angling.
Another good one.
So this is part of fishing in this thick cover, and about right in here, I saw that fish move, but then, yep, definitely still on there, but I think that's where he got off, right there. After he'd got him out of all the thick stuff. So frustrating. That's part of it. You have to know that fishing at this thick, this cover like this, you're going to lose some of those fish. But the good thing is he has really been getting bites here in the last 15 minutes for us.
I mean, that happens to me all the time, but not on Bass Live.
Patience, patience, patience.
And there's nothing, he's saying patience there. I mean, maybe to slow the frog down, he's telling himself that. But as far as landing the fish, there's really nothing that he did wrong there. That's just part of it. The other part is every one that gets away is a big one.
How tough is it to calm down after,
Good
he's
thing
had
is we
several
still
bites.
got plenty of time to just keep fishing and come across a true like Mississippi River big one, 4.5, 5 pounder. Heck, a 4 pounder's big, giant here. So we do have that going for us. I mean, it went from 0 to 100 real fast. So if we can just keep
that's what
plunking
you
away.
got to think of.
It's not for the faint of heart.
He
though, I
hasn't
can tell
moved
you
his
that.
boat 15 yards.
Especially in a tournament. They start jumping and missing it. They come off. You go a long time without bites. But I feel like this is my best way to catch the biggest bag that I can catch and let the rest be what it is. Let's see, I lost that fish and now I haven't had another bite, and it does not help. I don't care if you're fishing Tennessee River, smallmouth fishing, or frog fishing. When you lose a fish in a school, it messes them up.
Wow, that was an emotional roller coaster. Let's get over to Cody Huff sitting in second spot in our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race.
There's a big one. Stay on there, mate. Oh my God, he broke me off. Dang it. Are you kidding me? He must have had me right on a rock whenever I first hooked him. Oh, dadgummit, man. That was her. Ooh.
Not what you want, but you can see you don't have to just be in the thick vegetation to lose a fish. It can happen out in the river itself. Things happen. Usually when titles are on the line is when things seem to happen most.
This isn't going to help our Friday afternoon, Davey. We were on a upward pendulum.
I had that swim bait right on the top of that little rock whenever he freaking bit it, and I think he had me just over the edge of it. That's the first bass I broke off this entire year.
Good thing is, if it was a big smallmouth, they're usually not alone out on a rock pile in the river.
Oh, now it's going to get positive. Jay Shakurette, the youngest Elite Series champion ever. He weighed in the most weight in the history of smallmouth bass fishing, 102 pounds, 8 ounces. And finally, the polka music that he weighs into will make sense at La Crosse, Wisconsin.
So is he hiding behind these reeds? He threw over the top of those reeds, I thought.
Yeah, I did. Speaking of that Rookie of the Year race, let's have a look at it as the point set up. Jay Securette. More than 47 points, so realistically, this could end tomorrow. If Jay Securette makes the cut, it's over. It's over. Nobody can catch him, but man, they shouldn't. I mean, the season he has had literally has led Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year for the majority of the season. There was a couple of times he slipped out, but man, he put his foot right back in there, and nobody looks to be sneaking in. Jay Securette with 543 pounds unofficially might be your Falcon Rod's Rookie of the Year.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass! Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Welcome back to On Location coverage. That looks like a scary looking shot, but that's our leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points, Brandon Palnick. And who's that, Davey Height?
I better.
Stanley, that's
We
Stanley.
don't need to get anyone in trouble here this week.
Yeah.
Including me.
Yeah, there'll be no jumping the dam this week.
I'm surprised that much water is still coming over there. And I mean, their pools are low, and I'm sure they're always going to do that, opening the locks, and it is the Mississippi River, but there's still a little more on those corners coming over than I thought.
Brandon Palnick has people watching him from all different vantage points, and so he should, because he's your Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year leader with just 4 days of fishing left in the season. But Davey Height, he had to come in here feeling like, man, as much as everybody talked about nobody catching up on him last week because a lot of the leaders slipped, but he's got to feel like I had a chance to put the dagger in it coming into this event at the last event.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of people said it was over going into that last event, but Brandon has made it interesting, so I guess. Showed that he's human, but as we talked about earlier, I wouldn't count on him having another 60th place finish anytime soon.
Feels bassish.
Hooked up now.
Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Yes. That'll call. Yes.
Good, solid fish there. For
dark
Brandon.
he is.
Those go a long way here.
Yes.
The only man in control of his own destiny. Top 37 here, and nobody can catch him.
2.5 pounder. I need to balance beam number 3 and 4.
He's certainly done what he needs to do today if he doesn't catch another fish.
Now over to his closest pursuer, Brandon Lester. And man, an incredible season. 2 wins this year. 1 in the Opens, 1 in the Elite Series. And why not throw a popper? Because those are fun to watch.
Oh, there we go. They're more fun to watch when that happens. Great camera work there. Another good solid fish too.
Uh-huh. Gosh, that was cool. Good job. Thank you.
By the looks of things, Brandon Palnick
I
better
saw
catch.
one weight.
Yes. Brandon Lester is doing the same.
Yeah,
On
last
some
week when
shad
Brandon
right
wasn't
up there in
catching
front
them,
of
you
me, I just
looked,
picked
and
up this little popper.
David Mullins and Chris Johnson weren't having to
the days that
I
you
just had one bump it twice.
normally expect to see them.
It's gonna be.
I don't think I was hitting bottom.
They should put him right up there.
That's a largemouth.
All like Brandon.
I don't think he's gonna help though. Gosh, look how dark they are. They're just sitting up there in the goods. Man, I don't like how he's bleeding either. I kind of hope he doesn't help. At least not by much. Don't throw that blood all over, please. Hey, no. Still bumping. We're still bumping. Didn't help, but we're still bumping. I found their spot. I found their sweet zone.
Getting a little better. A little better. And up here is where I got the best frog bites anyways. There's bite. Okay. They're still here. I don't know if he's gonna help me. He might. Skinny. That was fun. I don't think he's gonna help me, guys. It's a good fish. He's just skinny. I think a 2.9, 2.8, 2.9 is a small one because I've got, yeah, that's exactly what it is. So it's got to be more than that. I don't think he's gonna do it. Nope. Nice fish though. Tells me something. Tells me they're still in here. I can catch them flipping.
Oh, look at that 4-box. Up the top, you've got your Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year race with the Brandons. And down bottom, we have our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year race, Jay Shakuric and Cody Huff. Dave, you've dealt with pressure. We saw also right there just the two these guys are battling it out for the top of the Rookie Year and Angler of the Year. But then we flipped over to Scott Martin, and he's dealing with the pressure of trying to stay in the Classic or get inside the Classic cut line. Which pressure is the toughest to deal with?
Well, you know, you would obviously want to say Angler of the Year, but honestly, you put so much pressure on. I would be, and I think these anglers are probably doing the same thing, putting so much pressure on to achieve each and every one of those goals. You can only put so much pressure on you, and it's super important to all. You know, these four, and then also Scott Martin trying to make the Classic.
Try to trick him with something else.
The Rookie of the Year title is big, in my opinion. If you look at our Rookie of the Years, they stay around for a while, and it doesn't take them long to win an event. I mean, Jay's already won one in his rookie season. Obviously, if he won, he wouldn't. He's already done that, but.
And then the next caster like swings it way out.
A really good class of rookies every year, and to come out on top of that is a big deal.
Here's some sneaky news. Brand new, Davey Hyde, and I've seen it myself with my very own eyes. A brand new Rookie of the Year trophy this year, and it is marvelous. I'd say the word is marvelous. It's good job.
Look forward to seeing that.
LT and Bose, way to step up the Rookie of the Year trophy.
Just a great picture of this 4-box here with 4 completely different fishing techniques, areas. I mean, every picture looks totally different because it is, and they're targeting different things. Brandon Lester throwing a popper a little bit, but flipping this thicker vegetation. Cody Huff fishing for smallmouth out on the open water, rock piles, that sort of thing. Jay Secure fishing in these chutes and canals, and then Brandon, this spillway coming from pool 7.
Will the winner of this tournament fish predominantly one approach?
I don't think
or do you think it's going to be varied?
I think it's varied, yeah. I think it's varied.
It's happening. It's happening.
Surprised we haven't seen. Cody's the only one that I think we've really watched very much this morning that seems to be targeting smallmouth more. I mean, you catch both in the same places here. That's what's amazing. You can catch the smallmouth in these backwaters off on a chute like where he's at here now. Or out on the main river, the wing dams.
Currently in 41st place in this tournament. As you said, a beautiful hummingbird bird's eye view right there of Cody Huff. 2 top 10s, 2 championship Sunday appearances in your rookie season. And Cody's self-described his beginning of his season. I mean, a lot of us picked him to be Rookie of the Year. And he's showing the Cody Huff he is, but he said, like, at the beginning of the season, it just doesn't have a reason, doesn't have something to blame it on, just said, it just didn't go my way, but, man, he turned it around in a hurry. Living up to that oh-so-amazing praise he gets from Rick Clunn. When Rick Clunn says you're good, you're probably pretty good, Davey Height.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The surprising thing with this Rookie Year race, in my opinion, is not so much that Cody didn't start out quite as well as maybe we anticipated because of him being, highly praised by Rick Clunn, but how good Jason Currick did at the first few events. Him obviously being growing up a long way from Florida waters, and that's where our first 2 events were.
Got one big bite there and broke the sucker off. Let's take a little trip around into this little hump here, see if we can I spy some. Then we're gonna run on down and hit a little cut bank. I caught some big ones on in practice.
Do you think that proves the Shakurik strong start? Do you think that proves how important the mental side of fishing is? Just simply because he lacks experience. He lacks with everything, the diversity of the fisheries and everything. I mean, he's had some success from the back of the boat. But, man, he grew up around one of the best walleye anglers in competitive walleye fishing. And he's clearly not flappable kind of dude. I mean, he's a flatliner. He hardly smiles or frowns, or it's like he's got built-in Botox.
No, I agree. I think being around his dad, being a tournament angler, whether it's walleye or bass, I think just being around that growing up certainly gives him a little bit of an edge. Just seeing the highs and the lows that his father has gone through as an angler, and you have to try to find that even keel. And he seems to have found that at a very young age. Wow, looking at unofficial bass track. Chris Johnson up to 3rd place. Oh. Brandon's got to keep catching them. But if he does, like you said, he controls his own destiny. But looks like Brandon Lester and Chris Johnson have come here to play.
I'm here to play in a big, big way, and we're not playing around, although we're going to be hanging out here at the baseball diamond. To make sure you come out here for the weigh-in, but don't go anywhere. Coverage continues at 1 o'clock. We got the boys taking over in the studio back in Little Rock. Weigh-in this afternoon at 4 p.m. And remember, tomorrow morning, as every Saturday and Sunday morning on FS1 during Elite Series competition, you can count on seeing B.A.S.S live at 8 a.m. starting tomorrow morning, right here from La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
3 hours fishing time left here. We are on pool 7, 8, and 9 of the Mississippi River, way up the upper end, up near the source, not that far away anyway here for the final event of the year, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. 90 anglers out here, and boy, they've got just guaranteed today and tomorrow. That's all that's promised you. You got to work hard today and tomorrow if you want to fish on Saturday and then onward to Sunday. And we take a look down at this incredible stretch of the river here where it braids and spreads out here in this beautiful valley here. We take a look at the anglers we've been with all day long. Z, we have seen some good fish catching today.
It absolutely has it's been a fantastic day on the water. In fact, the last hour with Dave and Davey. Hunter Shryock pretty much going off looking at your Toyota midday report. Your Yamaha midday report. We're going to tighten things up here, guys, because that is what we do. Hunter Shryock starting early this morning, a couple solid keepers, but definitely some of the most aggressive frog bites that we have seen across the board. Really the last, call it hour and 20 minutes, getting into that little patch of duckweed. Hunter Shryock, Ronnie, we are here to exploit your weaknesses. Tell me about Hunter's last 60 minutes.
It's been a little bit of highs and lows. We've seen him lose some in those grass. That's one big deal with him, is getting the bites out of those areas, and it hasn't been a 100% execution day for him. Over to Cody Huff, trying to chase down Jay Shakira in our Rookie of the Year race, Tommy.
Yeah, the rookie from Ava, Missouri, won the college bracket back in 2019. Really got a slow start to his first season out here with the elites, but he has turned that around in a big way.
Absolutely, and the one thing that you're going to see with a lot of the anglers that are in these critical races, whether you're fighting for Rookie of the Year, Angler of the Year, or this man right here, Scott Martin with a big morning, starting on his primary smallmouth hole. That was not the case. They were replaced by nice quality, chunky Mississippi River largemouth. And like we said, the thing that has transpired in this tournament so far, all of the pressure really lies on pool 8 right now. The pool that we put in on a lot of the anglers maximizing their time, that has been the case for every angler we have had a camera with today.
Scott Martin trying to fish his way into the Classic, but he's here to win, first and foremost. Let's look at Jay Shakira, who has really set the record books a little differently with his great effort up on the St. Lawrence River when we started our northern swing. Got a good fast start today, too.
No doubt about it, Tommy. And one of the things really kind of watching the Rookie of the Year race and the Angler of the Year race, it seems like everybody, at least for the most part, has done their job. Jay Shakira with a little bit of a grimier day than we thought, but still with a good solid 5 bass limit in his live well. Somebody coming in this tournament quietly sneaking up the Angler of the Year leaderboard here in the last 2 weeks. Brandon Lester, slow and steady. A very, very good start to his morning, fishing right next to your Rookie of the Year leader, Jay Shakira.
For Lester, Tommy, I think he's the only one who's made the top 47 cut in all 8 events this season. To do so, that consistency, Z, while others have risen and fallen, it is the reason he has just been rock solid each and every week and cut into Brandon Polnick's lead by just a little bit coming into today, but it gave him a shot in this event.
Yes, it gave him a possibility. And Brandon Polnick, we have been watching since the very first cast of the day, and you got to say, he's done his job today. His job one for this day and that next day, make that cut.
Absolutely.
That's the thing.
Maximizing his time predominantly in the Black River. And you don't want to use the word luck, but when you have him eating a giant mag draft next to the side of your boat and you land him, that is a good problem to have right there. A lot of work done with a swim bait for Brandon Polnick in the last few hours, unofficially sitting with 12. I call it a little more than 12 pounds with Brandon Polnick. Definitely has shot the par he needed.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, some people in the Black River or some people who stay in Pool 8 classify it taking it slow and playing it safe. But we've seen people win near the Black River, mixing it into their game plan. So if he could do this on day 1 and 2 and make that cut, Tommy, like you said, he's basically boxed out everyone else.
We're wanting to sit, but they're just, there's either not any more sitting up there or they're just back in the negative mood. There's definitely, once I figured that cast out, I got those 2 bites. And then I haven't been able to get bit again. Switching it up, trying a couple different things.
Well, in that Angler of the Year race and that Rookie of the Year race.
Your angles and everything are so important. Just where your boat's sitting, where your cast lands. I mean, your cast can land 6 inches left or right or forward, backwards, and you don't get a bite. Like, it's got to be exact because the way that current pushes. And if it's not just right, you're just not going to get a bite.
In that Angler of the Year race and that Rookie of the Year race, Brandon Lester and Cody Huff basically needed Polinick and you needed Shakurit to slip. So far here today on day number 1, that has not been the case. They're those races, the anglers in the standings for here for the first day of competition are very compressed together.
Yeah, and today really doesn't, it does clarify and it does help sure up some of that, but with a full field day tomorrow as well, you can't settle on what you did. You got to be able to make, you know, we've seen, like last week, Brandon was at the cut line and fell back to the mid-60s.
Like a good one.
The only thing.
Stay on, baby. Get up out of the grass. Yes, sir. Yes. That's the kind we're looking for right there. Look at that little bitty popper, big old bass. Gosh. Man, when it gets tough, I'm telling you, that little popper is a bad, bad dude. It's calm today, no wind. 4-pounder. Let's start us a big side.
Oh, that is a giant here today watching this footage.
Yes.
That is fabulous. Well, they were close in the standings before that bass run.
That puts Brandon back in the top 10 in 7th place.
If you are watching Bass Track, somebody else to keep your eye on, Chris Johnson. Hi, Chris.
Oh, hi, yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Unofficially in our top 10, trying to get confirmation on that, Ronnie, right?
Yep. Working on that.
As of now, Polnick will lose 11 points to Lester. But plenty of fishing time.
We heard a little bit of that topwater deal would definitely play late in the day. You see partly cloudy skies, and if you're a beginning bass fisherman or woman, that shows this time of year how powerful a topwater could be in the middle of the day. Wow, that was a great, great bite.
Carl Jacobson, who started inside, barely, our classic cut, fell out, just caught his 4th fish, back up to 40th in the event and 42nd where he started the day in AOI. Very important fish. He needs to get his limit, though.
In the first 3.5 hours of the day, 1 bass for Carl Jacobson. In the last 90 minutes, his 3 biggest bass of the day.
Look who's sneaking around our top 10. Keith Combs and Hank Cherry, who would love a winning in.
Currently 4 anglers in the top 20 right now that need a winning in to get in the Classic. Meanwhile, Brian Schmidt, someone who has won a major tour level event here, albeit in May of a few years ago. He was 50th coming into today in Angler of the Year. Kind of getting to that point where 50th, 51st, 52nd, you're going to really have to perform well in this top 15 or so to have a shot to make up the ground. Him being in the top 15 right now in top 20 has Schmidt in 43rd, the last spot in the Classic right now. And it's the same thing we saw him do last year. Winning at Champlain, doing well at the St. Lawrence, got him in up the standings and saved him from getting relinquished last year.
Well, just great footage all day long today.
Yeah, it's
really good.
Always something fun to watch all day long. Brandon Lester, of course, having his best season in his 8 years on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and we found out that Brandon Palaniuk had missed the cut last week. Certainly the wheels have been turning. Absolutely they have. How could they not be? He's been thinking about it.
Hey everybody, Brandon Lester here. It is the last event of the season right here in La Crosse, Wisconsin. A lot on the line here this week, most definitely. Coming into this event, I'm number 2 in AOY, right behind Brandon Palaniuk. 37 points back, which is a pretty big deficit, but you know, it's possible. If Palaniuk does leave that door open, and he's a phenomenal angler. I don't expect him to leave the door open, but if he does, I want to be there to try to close that door. That's my goal this week. I want to have a good event. I want to finish the year strong. The man that's supposed to win is going to win. I fully believe that. So y'all stay tuned. We'll see how it goes.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
2.5 hours left fishing time for our anglers in the first flight. Those here in pool number 8, at any rate, the ones who are going to have to deal with locking, will have less time than that. So this day is moving by very, very quickly. Drew Benton has held that lead down for a good while right now. There, right neck and neck with Brian New. Matt Herron found himself a great spot. Got things going.
Absolutely did. Interesting top 10 right there. One thing to really watch, and we'll be able to see it the way it looks right now. Jeff Gustafson fishing in an area of the Mississippi that we're going to definitely keep our eye on him in an area all alone for the majority of the day. Back out to Jay Shakurit live. Good.
That's
there's like 3 of them with them too.
Good call right there for Turret.
And Brian Schmidt just called minutes ago to 13.5 pounds, 11th place.
Good, man. Good job.
Finally.
Schmidt is among our movers. He started the day 50th in AOI points. He's inside the classic cut right now at 43rd.
Oh, it has been a topwater cocoon of hollow.
Yes, it has.
All day long.
He's kind of being left alone there, too. He's run away from everybody.
Australian angler Carl Jacobson got his 5th fish, 21st place inside our classic cut now.
Wow.
42nd to 37th currently.
He was in trouble 2 hours ago.
And learning
Oh.
on the days that they're not biting.
Easy now.
Yeah, exactly. I'm about to jump out of his seat. On those days where it's not easy and it doesn't go to plan, that is also a big portion of the mental game. Not just going in with pressure on you, but when your game plan doesn't work out, figuring out in the middle of the day how to salvage it. And he did that today because we thought,
Carl can throw you a one-fish day, and he has, for the most part.
And you can't do it here.
That's what we talked about earlier, that you get 8 pounds off the pace of the cut here, you're done. That is.
Yeah. You can't just go pop an 8-pounder and make up that gap in one fish or something at like a fork or somewhere else.
Say Schmidt, Scott Martin, Carl Jacobson have come from outside our bubble inside. A couple guys who have fallen out. Jacob Fouts, 39th to 45th. Where he stands now, he can still catch a few and climb up there. And Caleb Summerall was 40th to start the day. He's dropped to 46th.
Such, so what you're telling the viewers, we are not going to solve any Angler of the Year title or Rookie of the Year title today at all.
No, because there's tomorrow.
Right.
You can do nothing tomorrow.
Oh my God, there's 5 giant smallies right there.
A little clarification
I've been
in
waiting.
BFA update.
I've been waiting for you to go.
From our guy Chris Johnston.
Yeah.
Who?
What?
Yeah.
Chris.
Hi, Chris.
15 pounds and change is confirmed for him.
Wow. Okay.
That will not
No.
Tweet.
That is confirmed.
Yes. 3 3.5s and 2 over 2.5.
Brock Mosley just filled his limit, 12 pounds, 1 ounce. He's up to 20th, up to 44th from 53rd in the AOI standings. He's got the 5-pounder, but he's got a couple 1-pounders. He make that classic. He'd need to climb a couple more points and 1 more spot.
Blister with a small one.
I guess it wouldn't really sound like that. You just go. I'd make a lot of noises, more noises than it would make.
Obviously, you made the point, Z, that this place is being sifted through and leaned on. This pool 8.
Yes.
During the course of today, give us an idea of, relative to all the places we fish, how much is this a famously pressured place just to begin with?
Pool 8 obviously gets always the most pressure just because guys don't want to deal with the locking situation here. The locking situation is very, very unpredictable.
Before we get up here.
And you could tell that there was just generally the vibe to just play it safe, maximize your time. Granted, it's only 20 miles long, but as you said, there are areas of this, but you get down around Goose Island, it's a maze of backwaters, but it does seem like, especially with the low water situation, we're gonna see the pressure will definitely affect by Monday.
This is also the pool that gets replenished the most.
Absolutely.
That's a good one. Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Starting to work on a pretty good bag himself right now,
Close
Jay
to
Shakur.
He's not fat, but he's doing 3/4.
He's found some good watercolor. General region, yeah.
Good call right there. It's weird, Kurt said after he won on the St. Lawrence River out in Lake Ontario. I said, how does it feel since what you did? And honestly, he said he feels more pressure to do good since then, because I said, what do you mean? Did you feel more pressure before that? He said, no. He goes, I think people pay attention to me now since that tournament.
I think of my brain power and judgment at the age of 23, and I'm just amazed by
absolutely
how much
absolutely
more advanced these.
I would have today.
Y'all got to see my brain
when I was
power on
23
Bass Live
today,
at 22.
I would have 8 fantasy drafts tonight. Okay, that's my focus.
Before you went out and started, having fun.
And
Right.
different strategies in every single one of them.
He is all business. Son of a world famous walleye fisherman.
Yeah,
you're
I've heard that a time or
and
two.
I'll be honest, I thought about this, Ronnie. You obviously part of the Bassmaster Live group. You do the Sport Fishing Championship. Do you ever feel like you'll mold into walleye tournament?
No, I
vibes?
can't.
You
No.
can't do that. That's not your game.
Nope.
Okay.
That's where I draw the line.
Are you sure? Have you tried?
Redfish, billfish,
Crossing
bass
the-
fish, no walleye. I can't do it. No.
Okay.
No.
Why?
If they can show me having fun doing it, sure.
Did someone threaten you with a planer board one time or something?
Shot across the bow is what that was to
I'm
all
just
of our
kidding.
walleye friends.
Yeah.
We have a lot of them watching today.
I
Yeah.
love
You're
you.
not cool, bud.
Really?
I asked Shakir straight up, do you like walleye fishing? He just, no, not really.
Well, the key when talking to him, yes, his dad, Jason, is a walleye pro, but he never, it was like they separated business and pleasure. Jason would never take Jay walleye fishing. Whenever he would fun fish, it would be strictly for bass.
Right.
So that's where Jay and Jason did. They bass fished together.
Ain't no telling, dude. Yep. I don't know how big this one is. I think he's decent. Decent, but he ain't gonna help us now.
When Tommy and I covered the Mercury Walleye Championships 16 years ago, one of my favorite events that we've covered together.
Oh, yeah.
When we covered
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Covered it live, did we? I forgot about it.
Was
You
the
think so?
tournament.
It was a tournament.
I don't.
Yeah.
He's
Now,
not fat.
knocking
If he
the
was
sides
fat,
off
I'd
a
say yeah,
walleye.
but
I know you're for that.
Well,
See?
you are all over them right now.
I mean,
Well, that little point of grass that Jay Shakur has right there is a little hidey hole.
Ooh. Huh? Also saw a bunch of smallmouth fish
That's what he
swimming
said.
out there, he
Yeah.
said. Yeah.
might help.
Jay Shakur is going to be around a long time, anytime.
Yeah, it's
long past our time.
Yeah, exactly right. Which I don't know how long that has to be.
right. 3 more days.
Very, very impressive young guy. That is for sure. Some Striker Daily trivia as we head toward break time here. What is the highest a Rookie of the Year winner has ever finished in the AOY race? Was it 6th? Was it 7th, 8th, or 9th? That's a good question right there. I'm thinking of a couple, but
yeah.
All right. Well, think about that. We're going to take a quick break right here. Be back to lacrosse.
Bassmaster Live.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota, power pole, Skeeter boats, and by Rapala.
End of the season. The clock is ticking here at our fantastic host city of Crosse, Wisconsin. Closer and closer to the end of the season. Striker Daily Trivia. Now, here's the question once again. What is the highest a Rookie of the Year winner has ever finished in the AOY race? And Such says that...
There's been a mix-up.
Okay.
Such feels that somebody in the production trailer has edited his Striker Daily Trivia.
And he is mad about it.
We are not pointing fingers, but that person knows. I think it comes down, in all honesty, to the last few years. I think it's either Austin Felix or possibly Drew Cook.
Okay.
Right? And I'm going to go with, it's Austin Felix, 6th.
I'm going to go with Drew Cook.
I think it's B, 7th.
Counting the last 4 years, it's 7th. Those two guys
it's both of them.
both 7th.
See.
So way back in 2006, Steve Kennedy was 2nd
In what?
AOY, and
I
when he
have
got Rookie of the
never
Year.
seen Such
That's what I'm
hostile.
saying. I was correct then. Thank you. Let's go.
In the history of Bassmaster Live,
both
I've
ways.
never seen Such that hostile that somebody edited
dispatched
his
it.
Striker Daily Trivia.
We've dispatched the task
But
force
somehow-
to work on Striker Daily Trivia.
Hey,
We're
we
gonna
got a
get
new
straightened
leader
out
in this
for you.
event, too. Brian New just called. He's over 15 pounds, 14 ounces.
We all said
Change
something
the subject.
different and all got the correct answer. Imagine that.
No,
Yeah.
we didn't.
We did. You said you said part of it. Tommy said
You
part of
both
it. and I
had
said
it,
part
yeah.
of it.
Did you see how many were with them? There's like 15 of them.
Smoked my swim bait and didn't get it. Dadgummit, man. Got him. Biggin. Stay on there, baby. Yes, sir. I'm about to get in that seat right there. Stay on there, baby. What a smallmouth. What a smallmouth. Yes! That'll turn it around. Look at that thing. Yes.
That's a big one right there.
That's a big one. Thanks for the applause, ladies.
Two Rookie of the Year leaders and second place going back and forth right there with good ones.
See what he calls here. No doubt, though, Shakira has a really good bag.
And this will be a big, big call because he still has a couple small ones.
The whole school of them if we can get them to bite. It's on.
This call is he's gonna beam his two smallest ones. At this point, when they're so small, you don't want to weigh them because you're gonna weigh so similar.
That's by far the biggest smallmouth we have seen today. Big one right there for Cody Huff. Ugh.
Now, these Mississippi River smallmouths, are they kind of a different sort of operating procedure than those St. Lawrence and Ontario, the Great Lakes smallmouth?
I don't know who said this. I read it in the last day that they act more like Coosa River spotted bass, but that's pretty spot on.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So they don't just eat all day.
So we just pulled up to this.
Do that
oh,
kind of
gosh,
stuff.
She's all over me.
I think they do a lot of, boy, but
Holy cow. I'm about to have a heart attack watching this is what's happening. We got, I got at the school a big old smallmouth sitting here in front of me, and they are just, I caught a really big one, and now they're real smart. I mean, they're getting all over my stuff. I just got to trick them into biting. And they are big.
one thing Cody Huff has shown us, he is very solid with front-facing sonar. Every tournament that he's really excelled, that's what he's been doing.
He went back-to-back at Toledo Bend one winter
Big
college
giant
event
brown one,
and a
little bit
Toyota
swim
Series
bait
event
over
back-to-back.
I'm afraid to throw anything on the bottom. You could probably catch them on something on the bottom, but the rock is just so nasty down there that I'm scared to death to throw anything that touches the rock. I got my swim bait in the rocks earlier and broke off a really nice one that would sure help us out, but so I'm just trying to do something to keep it up out of the rocks.
He went back-to-back in those two tournaments at Toledo, winning both of them. Out in the abyss of timber, suspended fish that never get targeted back in the day, and was able to dominate wire to wire in all of those events. And it kind of really opened the eyes of his potential on figuring out unpressured fish.
Oof.
Get in here. That might help us.
Says he still has a 2-pounder in there.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. Gotta be close to 3 pounds.
Yeah.
Another solid coal.
Lester could gain a couple spots and be about 16 to 17, 18 spots ahead of Polinick. I'm going to ask you that, Z, if you think the possibility of a kicker smallmouth could be the difference in this event.
Say that again, Such.
possibility of a nice kicker smallmouth being the difference for somebody in this event. I mean, right there, that 4-pounder for Huff, he's jumped inside the 30s.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously we're going to know a lot more tomorrow with the leaders of this tournament, but it's always a factor.
Our big fish today, Huff's 4-pounder, Lester 4-pounder, Brian Schmidt has a 4-0, Brock Mosley a 5-0. You can imagine that could be anything. Buddy Gross with a 5-2.
There they are. They're about to bust right there.
Both Huff and Shakira had great finishes last week at Lake Oahe, which is a pretty strong rookie thing to be doing.
Yeah, we made the comment, Jay Shakira is here for a long time. Cody Huff is here for a very...
Yes, sir.
Two totally different approaches, equaling about the same weight. They're both figuring it out, doing their style this week.
Stay on there, baby. What a smallmouth. What a smallmouth. Yes! That'll turn it around. Look at that thing. Yes.
Great fishing here on the upper Mississippi. We have enjoyed it all day long. We, of course, heading for the inevitable last stop of the day, and that is in La Crosse, Wisconsin, at the La Crosse Loggers baseball stadium, no less. The weigh-in starts at 4 p.m.
Didn't
Eastern.
you and I go to a game there?
We went to a game
did
there back 2013, I think.
Time that night.
Yes, it was. It was a big time. There was good baseball out there. Going to be some good weigh-in action for you if you're in the area, and you can see it right here on Bassmaster.com.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Minn Kota.
Well, you know our basic tease for today, the #1 tease. Our big attractor is Brandon versus Brandon.
Yes.
The matchup for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Brandon Polnick coming in with a lead that he, not as big as the one he came into South Dakota with, 37 points behind Brandon Lester, having the season of his lifetime, and these two going at it all day long. And boy, nobody's blinked, that's for sure.
No doubt about it, Tommy. Our Mercury Dare to compare as of right now. Very, very, very unofficial weights right there, but the afternoon bite for Brandon Lester couple key calls, 4-pounder and a 3-pounders. We said, coming into our broadcast here on Bassmaster Live, you catch one past 3 pounds, you have done something there. Again, very unofficial, but Brandon Polinick still with a lot of room to grow. And looking at that dare to compare, currently, Brandon Polinick sitting in 23rd place, has lost a little bit of ground. See Brandon Lesto rising up unofficially to 5th place. That's your Mercury Dare to Compare for day number 1 here on the Mississippi River. Mercury DTC.
And I will say, someone, every single day we get closer to the end of the season, someone takes their name out of a race. You know, Jacob Fouts over the last 2 terms taking his name out of Rookie of the Year, things like that. Chris Johnston, who is 3rd, 9 points behind Brandon Lester. Yes, right. Chris. He is still in it, being in the top 5 as well.
That's right.
He hasn't passed Lester yet, but he's right there.
Yeah. Back in this creek, big, I guess it's threadfin shad, I would think is what it is. They're about 3 or 4 inches long. Tons of fish back in here, and in my mind, what I think is happening, I think like around my house, I'm from Tennessee, we get what's called like the fall transition, where the fish go to the backs of the creeks and get on bait real hard. That usually happens like late September, early October. But we've been having some pretty cool nights. It's been getting down in the 60s up here, and I think that fall transition is already happening here. There's hundreds of fish. This is just like a little backwater lake back in here, and there's hundreds of bass back in here, and they're just running that bait up against that grass edge and ambushing them. And they're not easy to get to bite. I mean, yeah, I'm catching some, but that's just how many of them there are back in here. But for every one that I'm catching, there's probably 10 more that aren't biting. A lot of small fish, but there's some big fish in here too.
And what he said right there has been the last 2 weeks, there's been very cool nights.
Has it? Okay.
It started about 2 weeks ago.
Days getting shorter, faster, less time.
Oh, that's depressing.
For the sun to
that's
radiate.
So depressing. Yeah. Well, when it turns the other way, man, it really is.
Oh, I know.
It's weird. Yours goes from magic to tragic, and in Arkansas goes from tragic to
exactly.
magic.
Love it.
It's complete opposite.
We can
No, when our sun sets at 3:45 in a couple months is when it's not cool.
Well, we are sitting around 12 pounds. Not enough. I'm definitely not satisfied with it. I'm happy with it for this point in the day. You know, it got that one 3-pound bite, another one that's just under 3 pounds, you know, 2 1/2, 2 3/4. So sitting around 12 pounds, like, I feel like I told myself like 12 pounds a day was that number that I felt like personally would give me a shot. I mean, it may or it may not, but I'd really like to go get 1 more or 2 more big bites and get around that kind of 14-pound range, but got some work to do still. I still got 2 2-pounders in there that I need to get rid of. Maybe it'll happen right off this dock that I said I was going to throw at when I went by. I'm not passing it again. I'm going to throw at it. It's just too perfect. It'll take us a couple minutes.
Brandon Polinick, former Bass Nation champion, 6 wins with the Bassmasters, 5 of them elites, also an open win.
Maybe it's their sewage from that little restaurant deal. I don't know.
And he can catch them anywhere.
Sorry about took you out, didn't I?
Yeah, he's won. He said he's won at every level. He's won the Nation, like you said, Opens, Elite Series. He's won Angler of the Year. He just has not won a Classic, and that is still the one different event that he hasn't been able to master. He obviously wasn't eligible for the College Series or the High School Series,
right.
But other than that,
it's perfect. on the, I mean, it's on the shady side. Like, I gotta throw at that thing. It's just too pretty. Too pretty. And if I was a 4 or 5 pounder, that's where I would sit. Sweeps the bait up underneath the dock. Oh, nice. This thing's had so much current pushing up against it that it's bent the metal frame. And the dock is all bowed out. It was worth a cast. Worth a couple casts. Ooh, ooh, oh. Barely got by that steel corner.
Been a while since we checked in with Scott Martin. Good start to his day today.
Well, these fish are eating little bait in some places and big bait in others. And dead calm. They're just, you know, you gotta change it up a little bit. Most of the bait, except that largemouth spot, like all this bait in here is kind of small. And so trying to just match the hatch, trying to give them something a little bit different than what they're used to seeing. I mean, other people have been down through here fishing, so I'm trying to find a little reaction bite of some sort. I mean, there are so many fish blowing up in this grass, it's crazy. We need a little wind. Caught a big one in here on a swim jig. And they're just so keyed on bait right now, it's almost, I mean, so far it's been impossible to trick them. Walking baits, little top waters, flukes, Carolina rigs.
Bass Pro Shops top lures. Scott Martin
They're
filling us in.
Bait. The little pods of bait, and they're only eating those little baits. And they know exactly what that little bait looks like, and they're not going to eat anything else. There's a few good fish right here.
Officially looking at our top 12 right now. 9 out of the top 12 fishing in pool 8. 3 of our top 12 are in 7. 0 of our top 12 are in 9.
Being at 15th, Scott Martin has climbed inside our classic cut from 45th to 41st. Brandon Card, who's 8th place, was 46. He's up to 40. Here's the buzzkill. Jamie Hartman was 43rd, last guy in. He's 80th in the event, and he's down to 51st. No high points. No. So you're gonna leave. There'd be some guys leaving.
You don't leave that on the
crying.
table. On the table.
Still time to catch a few though.
Look at him busting back there. Goodness gracious, dude. Look at him right there.
Whoa.
It's actually a good sized shad in here. That's big shad right there. And that's what they're keying on. Okay. I don't know. It's just crazy. And if I'm live and people are seeing this, this is a little nutty.
Obviously some active fish in the area there with Scott Martin. Let's go right across the way to Hunter Shryock.
Alrighty. Seeing these guys sit right in the middle of these drains. You'd think we're supposed to be under all this grass and they'll be swimming around in the open water.
Hunter Shryock said last night on the phone, Tommy, that you could see to a spot you'd want to fish, but it wasn't accessible with the water level.
Plugging away,
Have to
though.
go 4 miles all the way around just to access.
I think we're due for one more big bite. Like to have more, but if we can get away with just 1 4-pounder, we'd at least make it through today. But we still got a bunch of time. We got about 2 hours left, if not more.
Well, we're going to leave Hunter Shryock right there, trying to get it figured out. What?
Looked fishy for sure, though.
It did look good. It did look good back to our fantastic host city right there. And we're going to Copeland Park. In Copeland Park is found that feature right there, the baseball stadium for the lacrosse loggers. And that's where we find Dave Mercer, I think. Dave, are you there at the stadium right now? We saw you and Davey there.
That's exactly where I am. You know, I'm a big Loggers fan. I've seen some games here. I've come to this this stadium in the past, and we're doing our way in here. But this is show you how unique it is, because if you look behind me, nobody probably thinks I'm at a baseball stadium, and that's how diverse and how unique this area is. I'm right outside of the stadium. So if you go to a Loggers game and you hit a foul, you hit a heater foul ball, I mean, there's a pretty good chance we have some kayaks out here. I mean, Barry Bonds, people catching balls and all sorts of stuff. But beautiful, beautiful day, guys. And footage you can't look away from. And I think it even looks more valuable and more lush because of what we left last week. I mean, such rugged, it's so rugged, so raw, so untapped where we were last week, but to come here to probably one of the most lush playing fields that we fish all year, and it's all coming down to this. Started 197 days ago, and only 4 days left, so it's the best week of the year, I think, but it's kind of happy and kind of sad, and all of those. It'll be an emotional roller coaster.
Always is the last term of the year on the Elite Series. Dave, looking at our winner from last week, looking at Austin Felix, very laid-back demeanor, very cool, calm, and collected. You see that with our current Rookie of the Year leader, Jay Shakurit. And here's the best way to put it. A lot of his talking is done on the water, and throughout all the seasons that you have covered the Bassmaster Elite Series, you kind of see that every now and then where you see somebody come along, a rookie. I mean, the kid is 23 years old, absolutely like a surgeon on and off the water when you talk to him. But if you watch his demeanor on the water, I mean, he is his fishing is absolutely surgical.
It really is. I mean, he basically had permanent Botox done. You can't tell the difference between him, whether he's happy, sad, crying, laughing. It doesn't matter. His face does not change. But that is one of the major things. Me and Davey were talking about it earlier during our segment. It shows how important the mental side of fishing is. Because if you look at what Jay Shakurit has done, I mean, everything that is a negative for him, he doesn't have a lot of experience on these bodies of water. He hasn't had a lot of competition experience at this level. But the positive is his ability to stay calm and stay level. And literally, I say this all the time, but literally, if you look at the Hall of Famers, I mean, there is only one exception to the rule. I mean, they're all very calm, maybe a little bit more celebration than you see from a Jay Shakurit, but they're very calm and level-headed with the exception of Mike Iaconelli. He's the only spaz in the bunch, so it is one of the biggest traits that you have to have. And I will go on record, Mark Zona, I believe if you roll back the tape, you would remember that I did say that Austin Felix would be more emotional on stage than Jay Shakurit, and I think he was. I mean, he teared up a little bit. I had to step on his toe to make him do it, but he definitely did tear up a little bit. So I don't know what we bet, but I beat you, Mark Zona. It doesn't happen often.
Dave, have you ever done a weigh-in at a baseball stadium before?
He did.
Well, yeah. We had a big one a few years ago, Tommy. Come on.
Minute Maid Park.
Bassmaster Classic.
That's right.
I mean, there was also,
and we
I don't
had
know
Lake
why,
Lanier.
though, but when we were doing sound check for those, there was people hitting bells, and there was people doing horns and all sorts of different signs. I don't know. That made a big story after we were there. But yes, of course, I've done it at not at a minor league park. So I'm excited to see. I mean, we always have a lot of fishing freaks show up in this part of the world. So let's jam this place full and have a party this week.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Dave Mercer. Dave will be presiding over the weigh-in in an hour and a half's time, starting there at 4 Eastern.
I think we also had a weigh-in in Gwinnett for the Lake Lanier event. Day 3 and Day 4 was at a baseball stadium, not at the lake.
Well, the one thing that Jay Shakurit has in his back pocket, watching today a lot of our leaders, for the majority of the day, he has been, besides the first 90 minutes fishing next to Brandon Lester, the rest of the day, he has been in some sneaky areas where he has made upgrades without any other competition around him.
Wasn't our Harris chain weigh-in this year in a baseball field?
Harris chain?
Yeah.
No, that's in Venetian Gardens.
Well, that's the leaderboard, unofficial, per Bass track right there. And still, Brian New, former Bassmaster Elite Series champion, on top there. Ditto for Drew Benton. Two guys very close together. And we're getting closer and closer to the end of day number 1. And of course, for a lot of the guys, they're not going to make it past day number 2. So you got to do something, anything, to make it in the cut. We are back. We got 30 more minutes of fishing to bring you here on Bassmaster Live today. The anglers will be going on for another hour after that, at least the first flight guys. And that's when the weigh-in will commence right there. Big day, big week. I mean, we have come to the end of our road here. A road that has taken us cross country, Florida all the way up to South Dakota. Here we are. Then our Mercury move of the day. There's a man who played big the day 1 last week in South Dakota.
Yeah, and one big reason that he is the Mercury move of the day today, Tommy, is because we're focused on that classic cut line. With 13 pounds, 14 ounces, it not only has him in the unofficial top 10 right now for the Mississippi River, but it has him from 46th place, a couple spots outside the classic, into 40th right now inside of that classic cut line. Big work last week for Brandon Card, and even more so this week.
Exactly right. To throw a couple names in on that Mercury move of the day so far, look at Scott Martin, Carl Jacobson, Chad Pipkins,
Brian Schmidt,
all doing themselves a world of good here on day number 1. Was your Mercury move of the day back to Cody Huff, Bassmaster Live.
If they want to be the Mercury move of the tournament, they have to sustain tomorrow's adjustments that we see from some of those who struggled today that could make up points on them tomorrow.
Now, 4 tournaments ago, Brandon Carter was in 71st place.
Wow.
Same can be said for Austin Felix.
He was 76th, I believe.
Yeah. 2 11ths and a first help.
There we go.
Nice parasol.
Dave and Davey said they were going to get in on the action. We just didn't know what they meant by that.
Oy. Oh. Now look, trolling.
Yeah.
You know what that is, Tommy?
Hey, Craig.
I believe my latest spot is the walleye honey hole.
That is. That is getting in on some hot apple pie.
Heck, that's
right
it.
There.
Just reaching in and grabbing a little
That's
piece of it.
exactly right.
Right now, Kenta Kimura is 46th, tied for 46th. The last guy in the cut's about at 10 pounds even.
Back over to our Progressive Angler of the Year leader, Brandon Polinick. Done good work today. And hey, we're going to give him VMC on point, I think.
Yeah, I think some of that. That camera work right there with Brandon Polinick and Brian Eby today. Honestly, that was one of the best fish catches of the season, watching that swim bait go dark.
Yes.
Critical bass right now, obviously, for Brandon Polinick. He's got a couple fish right around the 2-pound range, and he said, if I can kind of hover around that 12 to 13-pound mark, I'm going to be in good shape. VMC on point. So far today, Brandon Polinick. And get back downstream right now. Get back out right now. Jay Shakura, a very, very solid day 1 here, Mississippi River.
God, why are you so skinny? Really?
Falcon Rod's fat lady can't sing today, but she's tuning up for Jay.
Okay. Indeed, Such.
Have to have disaster
sing
to
and win?
fall outside the cut tomorrow.
He's got the length to be a good one. Stop. Largemouth's still bigger. Jeez. That's terrible. Like an 18-incher. The afternoon's been a lot better than this morning. Got on a pretty good flurry in one spot and loaded the boat up, not with any big ones or anything, but a solid limit. And the size I was catching there, I left them just because I didn't know how much more upgrading I could really do there. It'd maybe be by a ½ pound, if that. So I'm finishing out the day on smallies. I've had some good blow-ups. I've already caught 3 or 4. But I just caught like an 18-incher. And apparently he wasn't on the diet plan that all the other ones are on, because he weighed about maybe 2 pounds. So we're looking for that 3 or 4 pounder to finish out the day. And I'm gonna hit probably, I don't know, it seems like the bite just kind of turned on for me, so I'm gonna try and hit, at least 3 or 4 more spots before I head in, maybe more. There they go again, right up there. I think I'm hitting that shit out of the water.
On the note of Jay Shakurit, our Falcon Rods Rookie of the Year, I wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios real quick. Sponsored by Marathon, and kind of talk about it. It's kind of a do or die deal at the Mississippi River. You have 2 different ways of approaching it. You try to catch as many fish as possible. Guys like Patrick Walters reported to catch over 50 fish today, but just not the limit that they need. That has them below that cut line, the projected 10, 11, 12 pounds that a lot of guys need. Meanwhile, some people may have 6 to 8 bites and have 13, 14 pounds. And looking at Jay Shakurit, if he was to win and close out Rookie of the Year this week, whether it's today or tomorrow, Jay Shakurit would join some great company of current anglers on the Elite Series that have won Rookie of the Year. I left off Jacob Porosnik because, yes, he was Rookie of the Year, but that was before the rookie rules changed. He was a well-seasoned veteran pro that had almost $1 million to his credit joining us. But Josh Straisner, we have Austin Felix, Drew Cook, Jake Whitaker, Drew Benton, Hank Cherry, Brandon Card, and Steve Kennedy. We've got classic champs there. We have a couple college alumni as well, and guys who have won Elite Series events, guys who have broken Century Club. So it bodes well if you do win Rookie of the Year. Yes, you can only win it one time in your career, your first year on the Elite Series, but it does maybe spell. I haven't seen anyone on that Angler of the Year, the Rookie of the Year list that has had a poor career since winning that award. All of them have been mainstays for a long time. Now I bring it over to Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. I mentioned the Chalk Squad earlier today, kind of the highest percentage person in each bucket that was picked, and it was Brandon Polnick, Seth Feider, Brock Mosley, John Cruz, and Kyle Welcher. And there's different reasons that some of these anglers were chosen based on either experience here, history, or momentum. Guys like Seth Feider and John Cruz, who have a lot of history here, especially recently, those guys are picked highly. Meanwhile, a guy like Brock Mosley, this does fit his style, and he is kind of needing a good momentum kick at the end of the year, hoping to get up towards that classic cut line, at least just shy of that, maybe winning in, who knows, but just shy of that in case the Opens duplicates down the list. Something that Such mentioned earlier, could be a big bass of the tournament so far. Brock Mosley's big one from this morning, one of the very few that have been over 5 pounds, so we'll keep an eye on that. It also benefits fantasy fishing. If it is the biggest bass of the event, you get bonus points for that, 40 points to his credit, and we will award those the final day of the season. we're going to see a lot of fantasy fishing changes, and we're going to see a lot of prizes given away. Some people really fighting for those trips to fish with Davey and with Mark Zona.
Yeah, and some people just like prizes in general.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, goodie bags. Why not? So are you just going to take someone fishing, or are you going to like give them some stuff from your boat, your personal stash?
All I know is the young man that won, this is a true story. Uh-oh.
That's a big one, dude. That's a big one. That's a big one. Finally. Yeah, boy. Finally. Hey now. That helps the cause. Finally got one of these dudes to bite. That's a 3-pounder for sure. A good fish. There we get a call. That's for you, babe. Hopefully you're watching. Okay, wall of skeeter time.
Good one right there for Scott Martin. Go with a Hunter Schreiot.
Thumped it. Oh my gosh. Hunter, you land this fish. Hunter, you land this fish. No. No, she's on there. There we go. There we go. There we go. You're good. I hate boat flipping them like this. I don't know if it's that big, is it? Sure does feel big. I don't want a boat flipper. I mean, it ain't a giant, but that's the one we were sitting here for. Hey, hey, let's go. Let's freaking go. Oh. We got grass all over us. I don't care. Okay. I'm gonna call. I'm just gonna get this stuff out of here before I break my. That's the one we missed. I hate lifting them like that though, because you know what I'm saying? Like you go to boat flip them, there's so much grass and it tears their mouth open and yes. Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, fish ain't that big, but we got enough grass on her to. Oh, I'm just glad she bit again. All right, this is how I keep them from jumping out. What do I need? Cold beam.
Well, you can watch that footage all day long.
Oh, man.
That is just awesome stuff, man.
What footage we have seen today. What a great place. The weather, TH Marine Weather Watch tells us tomorrow it's going to be a high of 81. A little bit more in the way of winds. We've had flat breezes today, 10 to 20 miles an hour tomorrow with cloudier skies. Sunday, about the same situation, same amount of wind. Possible showers. It's not widespread showers. I think it's kind of like pop-ups. Summertime stuff, and a little bit better, actually, for Championship Monday. The wind continues, so this is going to be the least wind all week. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the Mississippi River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Been a great day so far. We got a little bit of fishing left to show you here before Bassmaster Live is over for this day number 1 at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. La Crosse, Wisconsin, our fantastic host city. There's your leaderboard as per Bass Track right there, and Brian New for a good while now since the noon hour has been sitting right at the top or just under it. Drew Benton, great day for him as well. Matt Herron, landed on something pretty nice this morning and took advantage of that.
Yes, he did, Tommy Sanders. And our marathon peak performance, Daddy is not scared to get it done on day number one here on the Mississippi River. Marathon peak performance, Brian New hanging with us all day long in Pool 8. As we heard, Pool 8 got a lot of attention. Very, very solid. And Brian New, one of those anglers that's a little bit of a low guesser, so that's all unofficial. He is your unofficial day one leader. Marathon peak performance, Brian New with a fantastic day. Sitting in Pool 8 from there, we're going to get back down to Hunter Shryock, who really from our midday break has saved his day with, by far, some of the best footage that we have seen all day long here.
Big. You better be on there. She's on there. Okay, I got you, girl. I'm gonna do the same thing. Are you big? You feel big? No, you ain't that big. You're gonna call, I think. Got her. I got her. Look at how she's hooked. That's why you don't freaking boat flip them. Gosh. Heck yeah, dude. They're freaking little meatheads. They're all the same size. Sorry. Okay. Now we got, there's 6. It's probably the one that's got to go. If I was a real professional, I'd have done weighed them, but dude, the way we were going this morning, I didn't have to weigh nothing. Number 6. Don't you have a call tag? Come on. Okay, big head. That's a good one. I think we got it. That's the one that's got to go. Two. Big would be these 2. Six is smaller. That's a good call. Should have threw her back. It doesn't matter. I just got to keep fishing. I was going to weigh them. No, I was just going to weigh them, but I'm like, what the hell does it matter what I have? Doesn't, you know what I mean?
Keep putting bigger ones in.
Yeah, now it's like, do I keep catching them if they're that size? Because the smallest one's what? It's 2.5 that I can get rid of. That's got to be a 2.5. So if it's a 2.5, and I go catch 2 more good little chunks, like, it's not going to do me any good. I need to just leave this, go over to that other mat, try to get a big bite. Might even try to stop on some smallmouth stuff on the way back. We gotta be back at 4, right?
Yep.
What time you got, 1:53?
Yep.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Great footage with Hunter Shryock. It's been great footage all the way around today.
You know, sometimes you just want a day where you see people getting their line stretched all day long, early and often.
Casting.
Casting,
Right.
yes, that's right. This has been one of those days. It's a fun, always a great place to go.
I'll tell you what's bizarre about this place. It's not like you see throughout a 4-day event. You don't, Hunter Shryock again right there. It's not like you see a pile of 4 to 5 pounders. You might see in a 4-day event here, you might see 3 on camera. But the aggression of 2 to 3 pounders here is unbelievable. Every time we're here, it's always some of the best footage of the season.
Tommy, you think we can get a little bit more of this the rest of the week? Maybe like by the flavor of extra cameras tomorrow throughout the rest of the week?
We
always
will
do
have extra
6
cameras tomorrow. That'll be good.
We do 6, 6, 10, and 10 normally for the 4 days, and tomorrow through the rest of the week we'll have 10 every day. So we'll have 6, 10, 10, 10.
Well, I sure hope so.
We'll be able to still keep an eye on the Angler of the Year race if that's still a thing by the time weights become official this afternoon, and then also the top contenders in this event.
Yeah, I say that's 30% more fish catching that we're going to see tomorrow. Of what you've seen today, Mark Zona, the different approaches taken by which one seems to you the most likely to sustain? Let's not for the whole trip, just for tomorrow.
I think it's obvious what happens this time of year when the fish group up a little bit better. You could tell that there's a biomass of fish throughout this entire system that leave those mats. They may not be very far, but they leave those mats, school up, and just herd bait fish, whether it's 2-inch shad, 3 to 4-inch shad, like you're looking at right there. I really think, gosh, is that awesome. I really think that, especially with calm, cloudy conditions tomorrow, I think we're going to see, I think that by the end of this will end up being the most, I'm not saying that because of what, yeah, sure, maybe I am, what Mansour said to us about, but it's just that time of year where there's not as many fish under mats. In fact, with the lower water, there's just not as many mats.
Right,
you can tell by our footage. I think that gig right there, and especially what we've seen with guys like Brandon Lester, I think that is going to hold out. It will be, I think, very cool. We have lived in Pool 8 today, and as it sits right now, on our broadcast on FS1 tomorrow, that we're going to be up in Onalaska as well, just to see the difference or the similarities to where we've and how we've seen them caught today.
He landed on that one's head. I really like how many different baits Brandon Lester caught him on today. Different areas. It doesn't seem like he's locked in and dedicated to one specific spot, and he's able to mix it around.
But here's what's weird, really looking at Brandon Lester today, he lived in the same general region of this body of water as Brandon Pollen. He was in the same...
And it looked totally different the whole time, yeah.
It looked totally different the whole time, yet it looks like Brandon Lester has slightly edged ahead a little bit, at least here on day number 1, as Brandon Pollen.
Well, don't forget, today, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, the weigh-in starts. Tomorrow, we'll be with you right here, of course, on Bassmaster.com, but also at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We get 3.5 hours of coverage on FS1 and the Fox Sports app, so look forward to that, Dave. And Davey will be back with on-location coverage as well. From what we've seen today, it promises to be a very, very fun day.
What a smallmouth. What a smallmouth. Yeah! That'll turn it around. Look at that.